Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Thursday, March the 9th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me, see my screen. That'll help. Thank you, Mike or Mr. Keith. So what's happening? Anything interesting this morning? Well, I guess there is. I guess that's it. That is it. I actually put a little, I just wanted to flash this onto the screen. Yeah, so Interactive Brokers not even sometimes you'll see that it's they might search for shorts for you, but in this particular case, not available for short sale, and that is SI. You can't see the symbol here, but that is SI. So that is the death knell for SI. Not because we're seeing this, but you know what is happening to it. So SI, I mean, there's still had a bounce. There are some people who will play a bounce, 227 up to 3. But anyway, there is SI, the news, the saga coming to an end. Ooh, look at the market. Look at the market. Nice little jump here, guys. I was just going to say we're in for a flat open, but right now, market's putting in 45 minutes of straight up. Well, 30 minutes, and this is the next 15-minute candle that we're witnessing here. So what else is happening? So I'm kind of interested. Try to find yesterday's MAXN. You know, MAXN was an earnings play, and basically moved all day long. I'm not saying this is going to be the same, but here is ASAN. ASAN is an earnings play. What's good about it is look at the room it's got. I mean, it's through the 200-day moving average, ASAN through the 200-day moving average. And when you look left, I believe the next high the next high is 23.58. Of course, I'm not saying it's getting there, but that's about $3 away. So this could be really interesting. Released earnings after hours yesterday, so it has actually had a bit of a pullback, quite a bit of a pullback from the highs of after hours. Got up to 24.38 and has pulled back almost $4. But we'll see what happens once this market opens. OCEA, OCEA. Float on this one. Yeah, low float. Um, so it had some news, shares detailed research on data on anti-tumor pathway, etc. Okay, so they did have some news, and again, 1111 is the 11.11 million shares in the float. So it is a low float situation. It's traded the float a little over half already. So obviously going to be super active all day long. A few days ago, this got up to 26.82. Toro. This is a started trading as Toro last week or yesterday. Yeah, yesterday. And let's see, this is a spin-off. So this is Castor Marine up 67%, Toro down after the spin-off and Castor earnings. Okay, so that was yesterday. So in the pre-market, Toro got up to 849, and yesterday's high was 577. So definitely keep an eye on this one. I thought I put an alert here. I thought I did, but I guess I didn't. So I'm going to put an alert at the high of yesterday, which is 579, just in case it takes that out. We've talked about the ASAN on the downside, ARHS. ARHS is an earnings play. This is the reverse of ASAN. Big gap down, lots of room underneath still, and it's an earnings play. Only problem I have with it is that it's popped off 1069, or it's almost popped $1 off the lows. DTC is an earnings play. DTC, cheaper one. DTC is an earnings play. Let's see, 420. Yeah, I don't know if this has very much room. The 200-day moving average is just above it, as is the VWAP. So I don't know if this really has that much more room it can run. It is a low float though, 21 million. And as we've seen, some of these ones with news and earnings don't really pay that much attention sometimes anyway to the technicals like the VWAP and the 200-day moving average. FWBI, FWBI, FWBI. Let's see. Had some news. First patient dosed in phase two. Okay, so obviously, whatever they published, market liked it for a while anyway. Got up to 514, pulled back down to 4. Wainwright has put on a. Okay, so they've stuck to their buy rating. I just don't see. Let me see if I can find another headline here. See if they've got the $18 price target. Sure, why not? So $18 price target for FWBI from Wainwright. Or have some have said Wayne wrong. BBW. Now, this has been super active in the past on earnings. Build-A-Bear, BBW. It's an earnings play also. Okay, I believe this might have no, it's too soon. But I had this big pop here. I think they had some kind of news back here. This is back in November. Now, maybe it is. Well, maybe that was earnings. What are we now? March, November, January, February. Yeah, I guess this probably was an earnings reaction back here on the 29th of November. Okay. So we'll see. The thing is that it's coming into some resistance areas, but we'll just have to see. Not very much volume yet. How about BCAN? Okay, I'll take a quick look at BCAN. Yeah, so cannabis play, I'm just sort of, I sort of disregard all these cannabis plays, but hey, listen, I mean, it's popped up, a lot of volume. This is, I always, yeah, that's right. This is the Beyond Canasoft. Um, I always think that people think that, well, I mean, it's got Beyond Meat, BYND, the symbol. Um, so US patent file for AI. Okay, so this is an AI press release. Okay, so I mean, do we really think it's going to keep moving because of that? Anything's possible. The high is 5 back here. It's a low float, 13.5 million in float. I mean, it's traded a lot, but I mean, all they've done is they've just decided to put AI in a press release. Not sure we're buying that right now. MDS, is it shortable for me also? Yeah, it's not shortable for me. MDS is an earnings play. I think I've written down, no, MDB, sorry, Mongo database, MDB. MongoDB. So this is an earnings play, and it has been crushed on earnings. Look at this, down 10%. It's not a big float either. 66 million in the float for a $200 stock. So this will be wild. This will have probably some very, well, it's already had some wild swings, and that is MDB. Sava. I don't know if there's any news on Sava, but Sava had a bit of a pop. Alzheimer play, of course, a controversial one. Let's see. Is there any news on Sava? This insider just spiked investors' interest. Yeah, okay. Teasing me with a headline, kind of subscribe to it. If I can find any news on this one, following the purchase. Okay, so excuse me. So an insider, a company director, bought 88,000 shares. Just give me one moment. So 88,000 shares. That's a well. Let's just do some quick math here. Yeah, I mean that depending on what he bought it at, but that'll be anywhere between $2 to $3 million that he put in. So that, or he or she put in. So that's pretty sizable investment. MEI is an earnings play. Now this is an earnings play. It's gap down, but the volume was really low. But it was a big gap down. Let's take a look if the volume is starting to pick up. No, the volume is still only 10,000 shares, but this is an earnings play. This will start to trade a lot more, of course, once the market opens. And there's that 200-day moving average looming below. So, but a dollar below MEI. Now, here are a couple of, this is a bank. I couldn't really see any, I thought maybe it had something to do with crypto. Maybe they've got some crypto exposure. SBNY, SBNY moving down. Though I did notice that Wells Fargo is sticking to a price target of $185 for SBNY. So basically double. Okay, I'm sure this was this morning. So I don't know if this bank has any exposure to crypto, but I mean, I couldn't really see any reason for it being down. Whereas SIVB, another bank. Okay, okay. Now I understand, I think. Just give me a moment. SBNY. Oh, I don't understand. Okay, SIVB, they are down because of the financing. And they've, yeah, look at this, 30% down because of a financing they're doing. Holy smokes, 250 down to 188. $1.75 billion financing for SIVB, NNOX, cheap one, I think, the cheap one. Yeah, pretty cheap one. This is an earnings play, March 9th pre-market. Yes, earnings play, gapping down a little bit on earnings. I thought it must have some, thank you, Jethro. I was trying to, I thought SBNY must have something to do with crypto, as some crypto exposure. And then FULC, I just couldn't see it in a headline. FULC, excuse me, FULC is another earnings play, gapping down on earnings. Not very much volume yet. But it's interesting. Yeah, I mean, somebody told me, well, you have to figure out a reason why this is down, SBNY. I mean, I would have said, well, I think it's because of Silvergate, but I just cannot see. Now, you see, it's interesting. This headline just popped in. This headline just popped in. Signature Bank drops sharply after Silvergate announces wind down. Interesting. Anyway, that's so that is your news for SBNY. Though again, Wells Fargo maintains a $185 price target. Though it's funny, I cannot see that headline now. I cannot see that headline now in Interactive Brokers. So maybe that got yanked. Oh no, here it is. And that's at 7:26 this morning. Okay, so there it is. Wells Fargo maintaining SBNY coverage with an overweight and target of 185. Stocks at 97 right now. Okay, wow, I've got to get going here. Take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we've got going this morning. Yesterday, there were hardly any. And yeah, not very many of either. So let me get a few of them in. This is from briefing.com. Excuse me. See if there's anything interesting. That NVEI, that was a nice one. Earnings play yesterday is upgraded by CIBC. It's a Canadian company. Actually, a couple of upgrades for NVEI guys. This was again an earnings play yesterday. It was also an AI play yesterday. AI from us. Let me just do a quick look at NVEI, see if it's got any reaction to the couple of upgrades this morning. Yeah, look at this. Yeah, not very much volume, but might have a second day continuation of earnings for NVEI. Okay, get the downgrades in now. Okay, I'll get these now into the main room. All right, let's take a look at the sectors now, guys. So we're in for a nice pop on the open right now. If this maintains, this 45 minutes of straight up maintains. See if anything else is sneaking in. I see DLTH is coming in here. Not very much volume yet. Is this an earnings play? Yeah, this is an earnings play, guys. DLTH is an earnings play. Ooh, look at the room it's got. Look at the room DLTH has got. If this, I mean, the volume is not high yet, only 15,000. But look at the room that DLTH has got. And it's a fairly low float, 28 million in the float. So this is one perhaps to keep an eye on also once this market opens. All right, let's take a look at the sectors. Quick look at the sectors. Click on from our toolbar, click on new, then dock channel bar, and then show more and scroll down until I see sector status. Take a look at what's happening with the major sectors in the pre-market. Okay, so if you're unfamiliar with this, what you're seeing here, just give me one moment. All right, so what you're seeing here, major sectors. So this is XLE, the major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. So when you see 95% in green, what does that mean? That means that 95% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close as we speak. And so because we're in for a positive open, not hugely positive, but positive nonetheless. Most of the sectors are up. Financials, though, I guess knocked down a little bit because of the SI and all. I mean, SI is not a big component of XLF, but you can see the financials only a third of them are up from yesterday's close. But more importantly, let's take a look at those moving averages, the 200-day moving average. Let's take a look at some of them. XLE. Okay, if you can see my screen on the daily chart, that green line right there, there's that 200-day moving average. So again, energy is starting to move down towards it. Retail, XRT, retail. Another one that's getting closer and closer to the 200-day moving average. Staples, XLP, this one will be below it. Yeah, so this is 2 days ago. It touched it, but yesterday it moved away from it. So XLP, I'm just going to keep a track of the ones that are below the 200-day moving average. XLP, healthcare is another one that is definitely below the XLV, definitely below the 200-day moving average. Look at this, and moving away, moving away. XLI, industrials, should be above it, quite easily above it. Yep, there's that 200-day. So it has been maintaining way above the 200-day moving average for quite a while now. Let's see how financials are doing. Because again, financials getting rocked this morning a little bit. So yeah, I mean, it's still above, but you can see it's starting to drift down towards it. There's that 200-day moving average. Consumer discretionary will be below it also, XLY. Yeah, and moving away from it. So those are the three. We have staples, consumer staples, discretionary, and healthcare. Those are the three that will still be below the 200-day moving average. So B will be above it. Materials will be above it. Yeah, above it. Then we get communications, which was getting closer to it. Yeah, you can see getting, just hanging above it. And then technology. And, it's not bad. So we have the three major sectors. We have healthcare, the big one, XLV, and then the two consumers, staples and discretionary, below the 200-day moving average. And again, what's the significance of the 200-day? In a very simplistic way of explaining it, above the 200-day, good. Below the 200-day, bad. Okay. That is for any stock sector. Instead of good and bad, call it strong and weak. OCEA, guys. OCEA is making another move higher here. Some allergies hitting me this morning, guys. OCEA, guys. So OCEA, low float, 1111 in the float, 11.11 million in the float. And had some news, detailed research, data on anti-tumor, etc. So has some news on the move here, unshortable for me at Interactive Brokers. So right now, this is obviously the crazy one, 79% up. And when you look left, the next high looking left is, well, it's at that high of this week, 852. And the next high is 1161. It's on the weekly chart. And then, of course, we have the big fantasy level of 26 2 weeks ago. Morning, Mike, and anybody else in our YouTube room. Let's take a look at CLNN. I think I saw, yeah, it's right here. Not an earnings play. Okay, so CLNN. Yeah, I mean, it's got the room, obviously, and a lot of volume, 27 million, 2.6 is traded already. A lot of room if you look left. Yeah, $2. Not saying, as Mike says, not saying it's getting there, but then that's approaching the 200-day moving average also. So it's right at the VWAP, 146, 146. Any news on this one? Oh, okay. So gains on promising data in ALS. So it's an ALS play. And also, E.F. Hutton put a $13 price target on them. You don't believe me? Right there. There it is, $13 price target by E.F. Hutton. A tad aggressive, I would say. It hasn't hit 13 in since when? Almost 2 years ago. Anyway, that is the CLNN. And of course, just because we see a company putting a price target on a stock doesn't mean it's getting there. Well, at the very least, we would cheer this company on if they can somehow find a cure, etc., for ALS. Boy, OCEA romping here, guys. I know some of you will take these things in the pre-market. I did not. Argument to be made that a setup was right around here as it sort of rested on at 15-minute. Let's see, 8:30 and 9 o'clock. Kind of rested a little bit, and then the pop. Where's Neil? Neil, are you in the room? It's some kind of a derivation of SI Silvergate. I would don't worry about it. I know what you mean. SI dot A. I don't know. It's some kind of a I don't want a warrant or each represents a 1/40th interest in a share, a fixed rate, blah blah blah. Okay, Series A. You can just sort of see what it says. SI hyphen A right there in our single stock window. See it every now and then. Just disregard it. Wow. Going crazy is right. OCEA just said this is the one today. I'm just not in it. Let's take a look. 1161 is the next high looking left, I believe. Yeah, 945. Yes, I'm sorry. 945 is the next high looking left. But this is unshortable for me. Okay, guys, let's see. Getting set for this open. Oh, Mark is going to open in a little less than 2 minutes. I don't trade in the first 15 typically. See if anything else is sneaking in here. SMX. Okay, keep an eye on it. I do have an alert set for SMX. Started trading as SMX yesterday. Okay, my alert is at the hive yesterday. Yeah, so the high yesterday was 450. So getting closer to the high yesterday for SMX. 1 minute. Thank you, William. Okay, guys. Yes, we have less than a minute to the open. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. And again, as I said, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Definitely be taking a look, obviously, very, very close look at my 10-day daily breakout and my 10-day daily breakdown. These two scans here. Nothing happens until the market opens. There's been a monster producer over the last month, even 2 months. So I'll get rid of this. That OCEA is just severe rippage. We use that term for a while. Severe rippage here. We are now open. We're open for business, guys. So again, let's have a great trading day. I did not mention Fuel Cell. Fuel Cell is an earnings play, guys. FCEL. I just thought it would have too much resistance. Look at GE. GE. What is happening here? Company updated guidance. Okay, updated guidance. So they don't release earnings until the 25th of April, but they're updating their guidance, obviously in a positive way. And that's GE, General Electric. So this may as well be an earnings play for GE. They've updated their guidance in a positive way, obviously. Okay, guys. So there is Fuel Cell, FCEL. It is an earnings play. My feeling is that 4 could block it. I may be wrong. It's over the 200-day moving average, but this is an earnings play for Fuel Cell, FCEL. All right, guys, there's the ASAN. ASAN earnings play. Okay, this showed up on my 10-day daily breakout, but it is early. But this is an earnings play. Did get up to, in the pre-market, got up to 20, almost $25. Sorry, pre-market, after hours yesterday. As I said, this is probably one to watch all day. It has room. And that's ASAN. PTGX. PTGX. This is doing what I was maybe thinking it might do yesterday. Holding over 24 now. What's the volume like? The volume's picking up. Ooh, are you kidding me? This is actually an earnings play too. This is an earnings play. I mean, I don't think anybody's buying this one for earnings, but whatever they released, it hasn't hurt the stock. Interesting. Okay, ASAN, guys. ASAN making another new high, market high. Pre-market high is way up here at 23.46. And it is rocketing now, guys. Rocketing. ASAN. This is sort of like the one from yesterday. Man, this is just I know I said I would take one early. I know I said that yesterday that maybe I would, but I just it's funny. I just can't bring myself to do it. And we're going to wait for hopefully maybe a little pullback. But if you took this one right off the bat, well, I hope there's no pullback for you. It just keeps running. Yeah, OCEA is halted. I don't see hard to know where it's going to open. There's the halt for OCEA at 940. No big clue. Normally you'd see a difference from the halt price, but it says 940, 940. And again, this is from Interactive Brokers. Okay, that blue window that you see, that's Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with Trade Ideas. Okay, meanwhile, on the flip side, we had ASAN, but on the flip side, we've got ARHS on the way down. And this is an earnings play on the way down. Oh man, this has got some room too. I just wish it hadn't had that pop in the pre-market. It's got room to 10. It's got room to 10. 10.02 is the low. Next low looking left for ARHS. Oh man, PTGX guys, PTGX. X, not S, but X. Now look at that, guys. I'm sort of not, look, I'm not happy if somebody took this early, but look at that pullback now, 22.49 down to 21.11. That's why I don't like trading the first 15, but this might give us a setup again. Okay, ASAN. Meanwhile, GE, I'll call this a pseudo earnings play. They don't have official earnings until April 25th, but they've pre-released sort of guidance at an investor conference yesterday, I guess, and they're painting a pretty rosy picture of what might happen on the 25th. Okay, well, here's Fuel Cell, guys. Fuel Cell coming into that 4 level. I may be completely wrong. It may blast right through. The next high is 436. Fuel Cell, FCEL, is an earnings play. Okay, DLTH. Is the volume picked up? It has to have picked up. Not really. 66,000 shares. That's pretty light still for an earnings play. But you can see the next high looking left is 712. And then 731, 765. I mean, if it can clear this area, obviously this is the big attraction up here. 9. PAC W is showing up in my 10-day daily breakdown. PAC W, PACW. Is this an earnings play? No, so this is just a bank. So I think it's getting hit because of Silvergate, SI. Probably has some crypto exposure. I don't see that in the headline, but that's all I can think of. Banks are going to be weak today. We already saw that in the pre-market. Energy is still strong. Take a look at the financials, XLF. Yeah, I mean down, but not horribly. Okay, oh wow, OCEA opened and it opened and went down. ASRT guys, ASRT is not an earnings play. I don't see any specific reason for it. Roth maintained coverage with a $9.50 price target, so I guess that's the reason for the pop for ASRT. The next high looking left is 651. You'd probably want to see that clear. Whoa, look at PAC W. Look at PAC W. So this is the alert at 2317 at 937, 2317, 2245 now. I did not take it a little early, but look at PTGX now. PTGX. PTGX. PTGX on the move here, guys. On the move, and it's an earnings play, but I don't think this is all about earnings. I mean, earnings is past now. But this was a news play back here before earnings, of course. Earnings is just maybe a bonus at Mm, you are right. I'm very sorry. You are absolutely right. You are right. It is post market. It's after hours today, PTGX. But sorry about that. Okay, guys. ASAN after that pullback. ASAN strong earnings play. It did pull back. It got up to 22.45. Pulled back down probably about a dollar or so. Okay, another cheap one here. Hilly, HLLY, HLLY. This is an earnings play. Didn't see it. Really, it didn't do anything in the pre-market. Now, how much is in the float? It's on a low float, 58 million in the float. But boy, if it can, what did it get up to today? It got up to 269. The next high is 348. And then if it somehow takes that out, I'm sorry, the next high is 277. Okay, DTC is an earnings play. This has some room now. Look at the daily chart. So take a look at the weekly chart. 584 is the next high looking left for DTC. So this has got some room. It is an earnings play. Oh man, Pack W. That was the one to take immediately, but I did not do it. Pack W on the 10-day daily breakdown. Just absolutely getting creamed here. Must have some exposure to crypto. That's all I can think of because I do not see any other news on it. Yeah, Toro. I do have Toro thumbnailed, so I have it thumbnailed and I have it price alert at, well, I have a price alert at yesterday's high, but pre-market it got way up here at 852. Okay, I mentioned that ASRT, so it's above now that high, 651, a little bit above that high. ASRT, 2-year high. It's a 2-year high now for ASRT. Depends what promo, Joe Dagger in our YouTube room. Depends what promo you're talking about. We will have a St. Patrick's Day promo. I don't have the code for it yet though. But if you want to, yeah, I can give you 15% off right now. The St. Patrick's Day promo will probably be at least 20%, but I don't have it. It hasn't been released yet. Are you just looking to go month to month, Joe, or are you looking for an annual? I've been talking to somebody in our YouTube room. This PTGX is just a mess. I got to stay away from it. It is just messy trader. I mean, look at that topping tail and now the pullback. All right, let's see if this OCEA, it pulled back. Okay, there's Toro, guys. Toro now at yesterday's high. Now, pre-market, it did get up to 854. So, man, this could have a run here. This could have a run if this because it's above yesterday's, it's at yesterday's high, basically 577. And again, highly risky. I don't even know what the float is. Meanwhile, a little surge in the market here. Everything's up. Nas is up. Dow's up. Spy's up. Okay, well, I mean, if the difference between 15 and 20 probably isn't that much. I don't know what the promo is going to be, Joe. Okay, for St. Patrick's Day. So if you're talking about taking out my guess is that if in 30 days, if you decide you want to go annual, we'll get you a better promo code, maybe 25%. But you can start off 15%. Oh, I see. So Toro got halted. I was going to say this. It's not moving at all. So Toro got halted. Ah, man, yesterday's sweetheart. MAXN, guys. MAXN. This was the beautiful earnings play yesterday, kind of all day. Look how it closed right near the high of the day. So this is a continuation of earnings. Look at the market surging. Even PTGX is starting to come back. Oh man, Pack W. Well, let's see if I can have. I mean, you would think there could be some support around 22. All right. Well, PTGX is now above 25 again, but I'm going to kind of leave that alone. Okay. Well, as somewhat predicted, fuel cell stalling at 4. This is shortable for me also. I just don't trust this company at all to maintain, but I could be wrong. Yeah. Oh yeah, OCEA got halted on the way down and opened, and now it's gapping down. So okay, ASAN after that big pullback. Okay, BBW, excuse me, BBW is an earnings play. BBW is an earnings play. Boy, so there's pretty choppy though, and a terrible spread. 24.85 to 25.05 right now. It was actually wider when I looked at it. 24.85, 25.19. You know, it's a tough spread, guys. 24.85, 25.12 right now. Tough to commit to it right now anyway with that spread. So I'm just going to have to take a pass. I know it's showing up on my 10-day daily breakout, but Okay, ASAN, gonna make a decision on this one right now. So spread is okay. Okay, guys, I've taken some of this ASAN, okay? Pretty wide stop. Doesn't matter what my stop is. You trade this, it has to be a part of your trading plan. Just because it's kind of whippy right now. I'm in at 20, 25, 22, 25, and we'll see what happens from here on. Again, this is an earnings play. There's the high of the day right there is 2250. Let's see if it can powder through, get through that. Well, it's on an IPO. It was a SPAC that turned into Toro yesterday, so it's not an IPO actually. I'm interested in it. Okay, here we have another one. Quadruple U is on the way down here. Earnings play. Didn't see it in the pre-market. Really didn't trade very much, I guess. This is an earnings play, quadruple U. Okay, guys, Toro. TORO. Above the halt price now. Very risky, okay? All traders are looking at, though, the fact that it hit 849 in the pre-market. Again, if you're going to take this one, I mean, it's risky. Yeah, I don't even know what the float is. I think they only released about 1.5 million shares. So, okay, BBW on the move here, guys. Now, BBW, when I last looked, the spread was terrible. It's not terrible right now. 41.52. 41.52. Man, Pac W. What a great, less conservative than me, boy. If you took this short right off the bat, you are laughing. Look at this. 23.17, 21.78 now on the short. How's the ARHS? I think it's still hanging around that 1085 mark. Yeah, just a little bit above that. All right, BBW continues here. Boy, this is going to drive me crazy. PACW, PACW. All I hear is grunt, grunt, grunt. This is my pig sound right there. Every time it makes a new low, that's what I hear. Oops. PTGX. I have this thing thumbnail. That's why I see it. Did it really? MDB, Mongo database, MDB, 201 to 215. Yeah. All right. Even if you're lying, anybody take PACW? Man, lots of shares available too. 1.33 million in the float. Shares, sorry, shares available. Oh man, I cannot chase this down, but boy, this PACW just keep moving down. Next low looking left. Is it through that low? Yeah, 2161. It got through it anyway at some point. ASRT keeps moving higher. ASRT, this is not an earnings play. I don't see any specific reason for it. Oh, this is the one. Okay, Roth putting a 950 buy target on it. ASRT at 950, $9.50 buy target on it. Meanwhile, General Electric, not technically an earnings play, but just ripping here on guidance. Yeah, this SI hyphen A doesn't even show up in Interactive Brokers. Not tradable. How is SI doing itself now? I'm sure again bottom fishing. Yeah, this BBW is still pretty whippy. Come on, ASN, make a big move. It's not been easy, but okay, AI guys, AI just took out 25. High yesterday was 26.56, so look how choppy it is. Look at that 15-minute chart for AI though. Up, down, up, down, up, down, topping tails, bottoming tails. Yeah, no kidding on the GE, just straight up. All right, four U's. Earnings play below 6 now. And okay, I would have thought maybe this is going to show up on my 10-day daily breakdown, but the relative volume is only 4.8. It has to be 8 to pass that filter. Okay, guys, I know it's annoying. If you've got my 10-day daily breakout, it's annoying to see this SI-A. So you just have to disregard it. It just doesn't, I don't even know what it is in Interactive Brokers. All right, let's take a look at the big caps. Run. Take a look at Run. Sunrun. RUN. Come on. Move. So run, Sunrun over the whole number, 25. Next high looking left is 25.12, so it's a little bit above that. The next high is 25.80. Has some room. I don't know what's happening with solars right now, but this is not an earnings play. But run on the move here, moving with the market really. Let's take a look at TAN, see if the overall sector is moving. TAN. Yes, so the solar sector is moving. Let's take a look at First Solar, FSLR. See what's happening with First Solar, FSLR. Yeah, so the solar sector is moving. Yeah, so the only thing you can do is take your top list, okay? Well, watch what I'm going to do. I'm going to take my top list to get rid of that SIAI or SI hyphen I. I'm going to configure. I'm going to go to symbol lists, excluded symbols. Okay, but now what I have to do, unfortunately, it's not an easy thing. I have to go to tools. Come on. Tools, symbol lists, excluded symbols, edit the list. And now I'm going to put in SI hyphen A. Okay, now that should exclude it. Now this race will have to finish. Hilly, HLLY. First alert was at 260, 270 right now. Love it. Yeah, I mean, look at this. 277 is the next high looking left. After that, we've got 348. This is an earnings play, not a low float. 58 million in the float, so it's not a low float. Yeah, I wish there were an easier way to edit our symbol lists rather than having to go in here. But anyway, that's just the way it is. I mean, it doesn't happen that often, that we get some kind of symbol that somehow loads in trade ideas, but is not loading into the brokerage platform. I guarantee there'll be some designation. Maybe it's slash A or something in IB. Okay, guys, see if ASAN can take out 23. If it takes out 23, I will declare that a winner for me anyway. Lunar, yes. Well, Lunar is at the top here. So LUNR, what's it doing? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay. So this is doing its thing again. I haven't seen this one for a while. All right. ARHS. I think it really has to take out the lows of the pre-market. I love this as a short, except that I don't like the fact that it popped up in the pre-market. That means that, there's some bottom fishers and they could still be lurking. So that's the problem I have with it. Meanwhile, ASAN. Boy, that PTGX is just exhibiting awful trading pattern. I almost bit again, when it got over 25. Not again, but for the first time today. And almost bit, thought, okay, well, maybe now it'll start to run. But this is just an awful trading intraday trader anyway. OCEA is not over yet, guys. OCEA is not over. Okay. I took some off the ASAN. It just is just a little bit too erratic for me. I was hoping it would get through 23. Yeah, you're saying BCAN just dumped. I think we're just getting, well, Mark is just getting too wise to these nonsensical press releases. I mean, it did pop up to 602 in the pre-market. I'll give it that. But, I mean, putting AI in their press release saying we're going to do something with I think the market's just getting a little too wise for this now. Never like to call the market wise, but you know what I mean. Yeah, I'm surprised. I mean, it's a not a crazy low float, 77 million, but it is pretty darn whippy. 10 million. I mean, it's a great volume for today, ASAN, 23, 22 times normal, and it's through the 200-day moving average, but just a little too choppy for me. I mean, it was in at 22.25. Got some out at 22.60, and I'll hold on. If it gets back down to 22.25, I'm out. Ah, man, OCEA guys. I mean, look, very, very risky because look how jumpy it is. You're going to take this. You better have a wide stop. Look at it got down to 718, popping up right now. I think I know the way traders think. If it pops through that high, it could get rocking again, which is around 950. And the next high looking left is 1161. Again, not a recommendation to take it if it takes out 950, but just has that look that if it takes out the high of the day with that float, 11 million in the float, double the float now it's traded, 22 million. Boy, look at it. I didn't take it, but I mentioned MAXN is there it goes, guys. There it goes. OCEA. Watch that spread too. It's very dangerous. I mean, I have to talk about it because it's showing up on the races, it's showing up on the scans and all. But yeah, if you're new to trading, I mean, this is not it's definitely not easy. You see, look what happened. Look at that. Look how that dropped just like that. It could not get through 10. So again, I'm sorry. I mean, we have to talk about these, but this is highly. You can see how risky these are. I mean, it got up to 976, and then it dropped in, I don't know, 30 seconds back down to 836. So okay, guys, Hilly, if it takes out this 277 in a big way, what did it get up to? 276, 276. You can see that 277 is the next high looking left. I'm going to stick an alert around 281 and see if it can take out that 277, because if you look left, it's got all sorts of room on a percentage basis to 343. As always, I'm not saying it's getting there. And now the market. So yeah, you got to watch the market now, guys. Look at the market. 30 minutes now. No, I'm sorry, not 30 minutes, but there's a 15-minute candle. So that's the previous 15-minute candle. This is the current one on the SPY. We have 8 minutes, about 8 minutes for this to close, 7 minutes for this to close. So we're starting to give up those gains. Boy, this has been the theme for it seems like the last 2 to 3 months. Choppy SPY action during the day. Now, a lot of times, the SPY, these sort of stocks like Hilly, they don't care what the SPY is doing. But, put your price alert about 280 and see if it at least takes that out in some kind of a pattern. And maybe it can continue. And again, the high is 348. It's an earnings play, so it should be active all day. 21 times volume that it normally would trade. Okay, I'm out of the ASAN, guys. So did okay, but I was really hoping it would run through 23 and beyond, but just didn't do it for me today. Okay, FWBI, yeah, another one, very choppy action. Not seeing quite the same follow throughs today as we saw yesterday, even though the market was down yesterday. The ones I was following anyway, we had a lot of nice trend plays. Not seeing the nice trend plays so far. I'm not saying there isn't one. Somebody might put up their hand and say, hey, wait a minute, what about this one? I'm sure there are some, but not the ones that I'm following anyway. You guys have been mentioning shop. All right, so this actually, I don't know though. I have to ask Steve. I think if it doesn't trigger by Wednesday, it's not considered, even though this is now this is over the trigger price. Let me just ask him. He's going to be in the YouTube room on what? On today, between 12 and 1 when I take my break. Actually, I might be wrong because it did trigger on Monday or Tuesday. It did actually trigger. And so, but it didn't get stopped out. 40 was the stop. So I believe what he would say is, well, if you took it when it triggered, was it 42.90? Somebody might be able to tell me what the trigger price was for shop. SIPRA. Okay, thank you, Pepe. Sounds like a preferred A or something like that. Yeah, Azul. Shoot, I saw Azul. Yeah, look at Azul. What a great. Okay, interesting now because it's coming right into the 200-day moving average. So will this turn into a nice short? Boy, this is just trading completely on its own. Azul, what a great 3-day, 4-day run now for Azul. From earnings. And gold, okay, GOL following, okay, GOL following, had earnings yesterday. Might have a little too much resistance. There's a high looking left at 318 and then one at 345. So, I mean, if it gets through 318, 345, it'd be a nice percentage move. And if it can get through that, 345, I'm sorry, I am wrong. The next high looking left is 318, then the next high is 324. So, too close for me. Was it 43.50? Thank you, baby. Okay, so it was higher than I thought. Okay, well, I know what Steve will say. Well, if you took it when it at the 43.50, and yes, it dropped down to 41.80, but the stop was 40. So if you held on, you'd be doing okay. Ooh, PSFE. This is an earnings play. Yes, this is an earnings play, guys. PSFE out of the UK, I guess. 2409 is the next high looking left. That's on the weekly also, 2409. Then the next high is 22. 27. Wow, 2736 on the 2736 on the weekly chart is the next high looking left for PFSC. So really keep an eye on this one. Our house retail trade, ARHS. Nice little play on words, I guess. This is actually an AI alert also on a short, but I just like to see it. I mean, look, this has got all sorts of room down to 10 if it can really start to clear this area down here, 1080. ARHS on a short. All right, BBBW, sorry, BBW, sorry, not three Bs, BBW, still on the move here. The spread is tightened up a bit, only a dime now. Earnings play, big gap up on earnings. Arguably, this one was the better than ASAN. The spread kept me out of it. but at least after that bottoming tail down to 23.83, I mean, it's had a fairly orderly run up, but initially the spread kept me out of this one, BBW. Okay, now Toro again, highly risky. Toro over 6 again, TORO. But again, really choppy, topping tail, bottoming tail. All right, guys, I rested for a while here. I'm in the ARHS short now, okay? It took me a while to get the fill. Finally filled me at 1082 ARHS. Maybe a little premature. This is an earnings play, ARHS. Okay, maybe a little premature. I was going to kind of wait for maybe 1070, but I thought, you know what? Let's just do it and see what happens. The market high or low is, yeah, it's 1030, it's 1070. Okay, forget about Toro. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I mean, Toro is just way too whippy. It's like the OCEA. Look at DLTH even. I mean, I thought DLTH had a shot, but nope. Look how choppy these are right now. Earnings play got up to 734. I was thinking if it get through 765, look at the room it had. But look at this topping tail, just a complete sell-off. And now ASAN is giving up. Yee, terrible. Okay, let's take a look at CLVT. CLVT over the whole number. And the next high looking left is 1113. So if it gets through that somehow, next high is 1138. 200-day is just looming above it. I don't like it. ARHS. Well, I'm going to we're not going to let it get through that whole number. Well, it's typical of something that has very little in the float, Toro. Okay, I think they issued 1.5 million shares. So I mean, this is typical action for something like that. And it's brand new, so there's no history yet. All right, GOL continues to move a little higher here, guys. Piggybacking, I guess, on Azul had earnings yesterday. Hilly, the hills are alive. HLLY. So taking out that high right there of 277. So let's see if I can hold. I just have my doubts in some of these right now, but let's see if I can hold and then make a challenge to that 332 high right there. Okay, guys, Hilly making a move here. HLLY making a move here. What do these guys do? Tire stores, okay. Out of Bowling Green, Kentucky. Okay. I'm getting set to dump my ARHS. I'm going to give it just a little bit more here. Okay, guys. Let's see, 285 on the Hilly now, HLLY. The market's having a little bit of a pop here after that bottoming tail. Again, erratic on the SPY. Up, down, up, down. Yeah, so took myself out of the ARHS. It's looked like it's actually popping with the market. So took myself out of it, ARHS, at about a 10-cent loss. Might look at it again, but later on in the day. But it looks like it's popping with the market, which is a bit of a pain because it's an earnings play. Should be trading more on its own, which is not. All right, Hilly, HLLY. That Max N is having a heck of a day again, MAXN. I know I mentioned it before, but it's still hanging in there. Bottoming tail there, but still hanging in there. Second day continuation off earnings. And when you look left, 27.99. So it's above that. It's about $1 above that high. So, and that's on the weekly chart. This still has, look at what a week it's had. What a week. Look at this. Almost a 10-day, almost a $10 pop this week. And basically in the last 2 days. Well, BBW guys still is, trend is up. Next high looking left is 26.20 for BBW. Trend is up. OPK from yesterday. OPK from yesterday. I just don't like it. I mean, it's at yesterday's high, 132, just about yesterday's high. But look at all this on the daily chart. Just don't think it's got enough room. And that's why you have a stop, guys. ARHS. We're not going to get stubborn on it, even though it's an earnings play. Just choppy though. ARHS. All right, Hudson HDSN. This is an earnings play through the whole number 9 through the 200-day moving average today. The next low looking left for Hudson HDSN is 884, which is that weekly low back here in was that October of last year. And then after that, the next low was 794. So it's got about $1 till the next low on that weekly chart. And that's for HDSN. And you know what? It just showed up on the 10. Actually, I'm wrong. It showed up earlier on the 10-day daily breakdown at 921. And somehow I missed it. I wouldn't have taken it anyway until it broke 9. But there it is, 921 on the 10-day daily breakdown. HDSN, 888 now. Okay, now BLPH, which has been just a crazy one. Did have a sell-off yesterday, got up to 742 and it closed, down here at 6, so that was about $1.50 sell-off. Challenging that high yesterday again. Oh, this has been just for the things I'm following anyway, just kind of an ugly day. I'd love to see HDSN just crater here. Okay, 884 is the next low looking left. So I have to put an alert at 882 and see if it takes it out. And if it does, well, we'll see what the market's doing. Some of these are just, even though they're earnings plays, though this does not look like it's following the market at all, of course, straight down. Market has been chopping around. Okay, I have a glimpse of hope for Hilly, HLY. I'm in this one, okay? I am in this one. And I just want to see if I can, get into the 90s and somehow crack through three. Normally I would wait for a three, but it is an earnings play, so that whole number may not matter as much. BJ is an earnings play, isn't it? BJ's Wholesale, whatever it's called now. BJ's Wholesale Club Holdings. Yeah, this is an earnings play. I did see it. It's just out of the price range I like to trade, but there's the VWAP, guys. The VWAP is at 77.94 or 77.92, so it's above the VWAP. Speaking of that, okay, yeah, so it's safely above. I forgot to look. Hilly is safely above the VWAP, 265. So Mike C, you see, notice how SI dot A or hyphen A is not showing up anymore here. Just removed it. Now I'm not sure it would have. I'm not sure what it's doing now, but it's not showing up anymore. Meanwhile, Azul doesn't care, keeps making, well, not quite a new high here. So there's the market pop. We're back, everything's positive again. So there is the market pop, little pop, over 400 again. I have to look at shorting ASAN right now. I hate to do it because it is an earnings play and but there it is. Okay, so here it is at the VWAP, 2179. It's right at the VWAP. I mean, when I say hate to do it because it's still strong. It's still up 22%, but let's see if that VWAP holds it. Just a minute, guys. All right, BBW just seems to be, what's the next high looking left? 2620. I wish that weren't so close. 2687 after that. Okay, Lunar taking off. Somebody said Lunar is taking off. LUNR taking off. Let's take a look at it. I know there's another highly whippy one. Yeah, it's taking off. Probably no reason for it other than the fact that it hit $140, $136 not that long ago. I mean, this is back in less than 3 weeks ago. Okay, guys, ASAN held the VWAP so far. ASAN held the VWAP, 2179. GOL continues here, guys. GOL continues, piggybacking a little bit on Azul, but maybe trading on its own too because of the earnings play. So that took out that 324 like nothing. The next high is wow, three is now 345. Looks a lot like AZUL. Well, okay, the earnings play today really was BBW. After that initial drop down to 2381, held the VWAP. Some bottoming tails, had to deal with a bit of an erratic spread, but this one, at least the trend has been up. All right, guys, you know what? I took myself out of the hilly. When it I mean, I was at a 282. When it got back up into the 280s, I thought, okay, maybe now. But the minute it dropped into the 279 area, took it out. So small loss. I'll look at it again if it can take out, say, get back up to the 290s. So I'm going to stick an alert maybe at 288, see if it takes that out later on. But another just choppy one, topping tail, bottoming tail. I had hopes right there at the 284 mark, but it just didn't want to keep going. Just chose the wrong one. BBW keeps moving a little bit higher here. You know what? ASAN, see what the market is doing. The market starts putting in some more red candles. ASAN is now again challenging the VWAP 2179. Okay, Hudson, HDSN now is at that low, 884, and now underneath that we've got 794. So it's got about $1 till the next low. But I'm just not feeling it today, guys, in terms of these things continue. I mean, look, we're chasing it down. That's the problem. We're just chasing it down now. Okay, Arlo from yesterday, ARLO. Okay, so this was an earnings play yesterday, big pop on earnings, and the next high looking left on the weekly, 576. Now, do we trust this? We didn't get an alert until, okay, so this is showing up on my 10-day daily breakout. So why did we get an alert? No, why didn't we get it here? Well, first of all, it would have had to take out yesterday's high, number one. But number two, 8.77 is the relative volume. So my filter is 8. So obviously it was underneath 8 when it was doing this, and now it is at 8. I mean, there you go. Look at the lunar, guys. 1639, right back down to 15. So you've got to be really careful. I know they look really fun to get in if you're on the way up, but not so much when you're on the way down. And sometimes, yeah, you can put a stop in, but these ones can just blow right through your stop like that because they're trading so quickly. ASAN, is it going to give up that VWAP? Just ASAN 2180 is the VWAP. It's just holding it. All right, here's what I have to do. I did take it out briefly. I'm going to put an alert 2161 for ASAN. Brand Trader, I've seen you very infrequently, but I knew this would be a cheap one when you posted it. OPGN. 3773. Let's see. 3773. Yeah, that's from Zach's bounce play. Well, you know what? There's a 200-day 3759. Maybe that'll hold it also. Ah, I would have, oh well, I mean, I would have, could have, should have. I mean, the BBW just stopped me from getting in because of the initial spread. Even right now, I mean, it's 2642, 2658. Wouldn't have mattered if you know it's going to do this. I just decided to, hitch my wagon to ASAN on the earnings play because the spread was a lot better. But I guess I should have looked at this also. I mean, this is the earnings release last time, I think, for BBW. You look what it did, and it's doing sort of the same thing. This one has not stopped. I don't think ASRT has been, well, held the VWAP, 659. It is hard to trust, for me anyway, hard to trust anything that's happening in this market right now. Okay, guys, Arlo, 576, so it's above that little high, 591, 650. So I don't know. I mean, if it can get through six, I guess, but it's just too close to the whole number for me. Well, it's not close to the whole number, but the next highs are not that far away. 591 for Arlo. All right, guys, 11, wow, 11 o'clock already. Been a fast morning, frustrating morning for me anyway, but fast. So, first of all, welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:20 to 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Sharing my screen live on the mic. And just give me a moment as I put my homepage link in, talk a little bit about the information you'll see on my homepage. All right, Hudson, HDSN. Let's see if this has any legs now. Now that it's taken out that low there of 884, let's see if it has any legs. It's got some room down to, I think, 794. Yeah, it's got some room. It's an earnings play, getting trashed. All right, if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So if you want to take out a subscription right now, here's a promo code you can use, Barry15 for 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of a subscription. We have 4 plans for you. We have an annual monthly premium standard, okay? Annual premium is 2,000 less the 15%. Excuse me, annual standard is 1,000 less the 15%. Um, the big difference is the AI, which is not auto tradable anymore. It's more like a watch list. Oh, there's ASAN guys. ASAN taking out that VWAP. Okay, let's see if it has any legs now down. Okay, so you don't have to go annual. In fact, don't go annual. If you don't know this program, start off with a monthly subscription, please. Okay, you got to understand. Well, first of all, you have to really know if you want the program, because if you take on an annual right away, you have to look at the terms and conditions on a refund. Okay, so start off with a monthly. 118 on standard, 228 less the 15% first month only. You maintain a monthly subscription. This is what you pay going forward. At any time, if you take out a monthly and then you do want to take out an annual, we'll honor the 15%. Now, obviously, the reason why people take out annuals is because on a prorated monthly basis, it's cheaper, but you've got to pay up front. If you take out a subscription, you must do the Let's Get Started. Okay, getting started. It'll take you through your download and install, your first startup and login, etc. Okay, it'll take you about 30 minutes to go through those 10 videos. New to trading? Great. We've got a great course for you, Trading 101. Okay, I really recommend you take a look at this, Trading 101. Stock of the day video, you can sign up for it here. This is free. Trade of the week. I guess it's working now. Trade of the week. Look at this ASAN. So pop back down through the VWAP, right back up over it again. Just going to forget about it. So the trade of the week is free. It'll get sent to you about an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. Big education section is here. Here's our user guide. Here's our getting started again. At the very least, know what an alert window is, know what a top list window is. And this is all about the stock racing, okay? You click on the stock racing, you'll have 4 videos fully explaining all about stock racing. Here's your race startup. This is all clickable, race configuration, etc. Now, don't get hung up about how much is in a user guide. It's like any other user guide. Lots of information that you may not care about. The other thing I would probably look at after alert windows and top list windows and stock racing is the price alerts. How to set a price alert on a chart. Okay, here's that getting started. Daily support. So I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. Today is Thursday. So it should be Steve Gomez and the originator of the trades of the week. So before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in so you can head over and listen to Steve for the hour if you'd like to. Last, my scans. Here are my scans that I'm sharing. So this is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. These are the 2 races that you see, the biggest gainers and the large cap gainers. I've renamed them a little bit. My 10-day daily breakout and downs. This is a momentum scan, okay? Just showing stocks on the way up. I've shown you how you can create just the flip of this, stocks on the way down, momentum on the way down. So if you do take out a subscription, please use my homepage. Click on that, and then you can go to the get my code. This is a free room, and so anybody taking out a subscription using my homepage and my code, the room gets credit. I get some credit. Also, if you save my link, then you can take a look at my scans at any time in that big education section. Hmm. Now I see Hilly's back up again, guys. HLLY. I do see that it's back up again. I also see that ARHS is right back down again. Tough trading though. Okay, so what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. That's what we do. Doesn't matter where you live in the world, doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. Big difference between a scanner and a screener. Let me explain. With a lot of screeners out there. If I click on our channel bar, first of all, click on the toolbar, click on New, and then click on Dock Channel Bar. I'm going to click on the Momentum channel. And you can see right off the bat, BBW. Now that was at 10:57, so that was the last alert that came in to this momentum alert window that we created. Now, if you see my scans and you want to know what they're looking for, or any scan that we've created in our tool in our channels, these are all theme-based channels. If I right-click and then click on Configure, and then click on Summary, this is the screening aspect. Okay, so if a stock is in this particular scan, if the stock is between 1 and 50, current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. This is giving it the momentum. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes is 400%. So this is the screening aspect. If all these screening values or filter values are met, and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's the scan, a real-time alert. So what you're seeing here is this is the last in this particular alert window. That's the last alert that came through. So we are now at 11:10 Eastern time. No other stock has met these values, these filter values, and made a new high for the day. Okay. Now, if you like this scan, this particular scan right there, this is the one that I'm sharing on my homepage. But the concept I'm really trying to show you is that if you go to the different channels, you'll see different scans that we've created for you. And so if you liked a scan that we've, first of all, as always, you just right click, configure, and you can see what the scan is looking for. Okay. Now, if you look at the scan and you thought, well, I like the idea, but I don't like the price range, as an example, you just click on the icon, left click on the icon, and here are the values that are showing up. These are the filters that we're using in that scan. And now if I want to change the price to say 10 and 100 from 1 and 50, I just go ahead and do it. Say okay. And you see now it says 10 and 100. Click on the summary. Oh, I've clicked on the summary. So now it's 10 and 100. Now I say okay. And now I've made a change. Now, just a word about that. When you make a change to anything in a channel, as long as you're still in the channel, of course, those changes are still valid. But if you leave the channel and then come back to the channel, those what you changed will not be saved. And the reason being is that These channels are for everybody. Okay, so the fact you want to make a change to something, not necessarily reflective of what other people want. Okay, so you can take scans that we've created, save them to the cloud, and then bring them back from your cloud and create a layout so that you don't even have to know how to build anything from scratch if you don't want to. If you do want to create your own scans, of course you can. By right click, configure, and summary. Sorry, not summary. Click on search. When you see these icons right there, there's right at the top here. These are our real-time alert icons. Okay, there's the new high and the new low. Keep scrolling down. When I see these icons, these are our filter icons, the screening aspect. Okay, do not get hung up on how many we have. You don't have to learn them all. We have a lot because when the company started, they thought that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create their scans. So they had to create enough of different alerts, real-time alerts, and enough filters so the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. You don't have to learn them all. So don't get hung up on that, please. Ah, hilly, hilly, hilly. There you go. Well, the VWAP held. 267 was the VWAP, so it held. But I'm not in it anymore. Luis, good morning. Or can I say hola? I shouldn't be presumptuous, but I'll say it anyway. All right, guys. So let me talk a little bit about the races. I think if you're new to trading, this would be somewhat invaluable because you'll see what happens is it creates a top 10 list, a watch list for you that you can watch all. Oh, I speak a little Spanish. My wife is from Peru, but I mean, but we do not talk Spanish in this room. Okay. So, what the races are all about. I call this kind of a hybrid between real-time alert windows and top list windows. So let's take a look at what a race is all about. I'm going to open the top list. Every race starts off from a top list window. Okay, these are the two races I'm sharing. You, of course, can create your own top list window to see the stocks that you want to see. So what do I mean by that? I right click, configure, summary. This is if a stock is between $1 and $50 and the volume is at least 200,000 shares and it's up at least 2% from yesterday's close, it'll show up here if it's one of the if it's moving the most since the race started. Now, let me back up a little bit. Before we had races, this is what a top list window was used for. So any column header could be sorted on. So right now I just sorted on the change from the open percent. And this is telling me that Lunar, since the market opened, since its first trade of the day, is up 52%. Hilly is up 30%, etc. Okay. So that might be interesting information to have, but how are you going to use it to trade? Well, that's where the races come in. What if, I mean, it's nice to see, but what if Lunar doesn't move anymore? Or what if ADCT, as an example, it's at 5.6% from the open? What if all of a sudden, for whatever reason, it really starts to move? Now it's 6%, 8%, 10%, 15% from the open. You will see it in the race as it's moving up the leaderboard. How? Well, I run 4-minute races. Now, why I run 4-minute races, I don't know. I pick 4 minutes. You don't have to. It's all user defined. You want to run a 3-minute race, a 5-minute race, a 10-minute race, go for it. I run 4-minute races. So when the race starts, and the race is now, I'm 3 minutes in. So what you're seeing here, MTC, since the race started, has moved 2.77%. Okay, only 6 cents, but it's at the top of the leaderboard right now. Wow. And I clap, guys. Finally, I made a trade that is working, not badly. And you probably know what it is. Well, first of all, if you're new to trading, Luis, you're going to have to practice trading for quite a while. Okay, we have a simulator. Number one, okay, I'm going to explain what the simulator is all about. You might have to practice trading for 3, 4, 6 months, okay, before you actually trade live. If you're new to trading, trading is not easy. And so my first thing is that you better, first of all, come up with a way, what we call a trading plan. Now, do you want to be a momentum trader? Do you want to be a pullback trader? If you're new to trading, you don't know. And that's why you've got to practice. I don't know if you took a look at the course that we have, the Trading 101. If you didn't do that, I really recommend you do that. Spend some time, and I'll show you where that is. Okay, if you click on my homepage link, I just put my homepage link in, and if you click on it, Trading 101, put together by Michael Nossa, Trade Ideas. This starts off with, I mean, you don't have to necessarily, take the first video, which is what is a stock, but I mean, this is, I think, invaluable. It'll talk about trends and candlestick patterns and what to look for. Okay, but trading is not easy. There's no magic bullet. I know that's not what anybody wants to hear. It's exciting, You want to start trading, you fund your account, you want to start trading immediately. You've got this great program called Trade, but it's called Trade Ideas. These are ideas that are generated. Not trying to discourage anybody, but you've got to spend the time. You cannot just start to trade immediately, with your money. You've got to understand money management. Like John is talking about. You've got to understand money management. Put a stop in place. Not every trade you take is going to work. Where are you going to get out if it's not working? How do you determine that? Next step, how much money you're going to risk on the trade if it's not working, You get stopped out, how much money are you actually going to risk? If you have a $5,000 account, obviously you shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. Okay. So what I like to demonstrate here is risking $100 a trade. I'll show you in a second, or maybe more than a second, but let's do one. Let's just take a trade here, and I'll show you a little bit about money management. Okay, I'm just going to show you in the simulator. Let's take a look at Hilly, okay, as an example. I got stopped out of Hilly, but I had a manageable loss in it. But I'm just going to demonstrate what money management means to me, okay? So first of all, I'm going to disconnect. Now, this simulator that you see here, only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, this is not available, nor are the stock racing. Now, the other thing about the stock racing where I would have continued is that this generates a top 10 list for you to watch all day. As a new trader, that might be something that you might want to look at, okay? Because Trade Ideas can give you lots of ideas, but you might be clicking like mad on all sorts of different ideas that you're getting in different alert windows or top list windows, and yeah, not knowing what to do. This at least gives you some focus on a finite number of 10 stocks right here. There are 10 stocks right here. In fact, if I were new to trading, I would probably maybe concentrate more on this race. The reason being is that it's not going to be as volatile. You're not going to probably see stocks that are moving 4.5%, in this race, because I put a minimum market cap of 500 million in here. So you're not typically going to get those big percentage moves. Lunar's wonderful if you're in it, and get in at the right area. But look at this topping tail, the previous 15-minute candle for Lunar. It got up to 1739 and it closed, at 1586. That's almost, not a dollar and a half move down. Very, very, look, and what's happening is that traders are looking at the fact that it hit $1.36, $136 in February 22nd. And they're wondering, wow, could it do anything close to that? Sure, it could, but it can also drop so quickly on you. If you're new to trading, I'd probably shy away from these ones, though I know you won't. When I say you, I'm not talking to anybody specifically, because these are exciting. Exciting on the way up, not so exciting on the way down. So let me take the Hilly trade. I want to show you a little bit of money management. So when you load Brokerage Plus and click on New and then Brokerage Plus, this is the window that'll show up. Click on Sim. It's for simulation. And that not connected will change to account. Click on account and then a little pop-up, simulated trading default. Now you're in our simulator. Now when I click on an alert on any symbol, Hilly will show up here, or the symbol will show up. I pick how many shares I want to trade. I'm going to explain why I'm taking 500 shares. The bid ask is only a penny. So I'm going to, I'll go in right at the market and send it. So I should be in this, take the Hilly trade. And something's going on. Okay, just give me a moment. I don't know what happened there. $500 shares, click the buy button and then send it. There we go. I must have just forgot something. Okay, so there I am in at 282 in the simulator. Okay, I'm going to put a stop in place, and I'm going to put the stop at 262, and I'll explain why I'm doing that. This is just to make the math super simple. Okay, you notice on my chart. Oh, I see what happened. Okay, so on my chart, it says approximately minus 100, that red line. Okay, it says minus 98.44. Let me just do something here. Okay. So the way I trade is I will have a checklist. And unless I can check every box on that checklist, I don't take the trade. Now, before you ask me, well, what's on your checklist, it doesn't really matter because you have to develop your own trading style. Okay, so something something screwed up there. Let me get out of this, okay? I accidentally clicked it a couple of times, so I'm just going to get out of this position. I'm going to do it again. Okay, let's do this trade again. I'm clicking on Hilly. There it is again. I'm going to do the 500 shares again. I'm going to take it at 281. Okay, so I'm back in this. Now I'm going to do it all over again. My entry price was 280. I'm going to put a stop at 260. Good. If you're new to trading, I'm sure this is all new to you. I'm not just talking to you, Luis, but anybody else. So there you see the minus 100 again. So again, before I take a trade, I have to be able to check every box. Now, most of the boxes that I have to check will already be done because of the alerts that I've created. In other words, I'm never going to see something outside of a price range I want. a minimum volume that I need, maybe a relative volume that I need. Okay. And I'm more of a momentum trader. I like to see stocks near the highs of the day, but that may not be your style. As somebody else pointed out, you might want to, play pullbacks to certain moving averages, pullbacks to the VWAP, and all this. This is why you've got to practice to maybe find a style that meets your even mindset. Okay. Some people hate the fact that you don't want to take a trade near the high of the day. Why would I do that? Well, that's my mindset. So I'm in the trade. I took the trade at 280. Now, just because I get into a trade, of course, it doesn't mean it's going to work. So I have to have a stop. Now, I put this stop at 260, which is 20 cents away. Now, if I were new to trading, this is what I would do. Because the way I trade is I kind of size up where I think there's a support area on maybe no less than, say, on the 5-minute chart, maybe a 15-minute chart. And that is where, so if it broke down through what I consider a support area, a price that looks like it could be supported, if it broke down through there, I want to be out of the trade. But, you know, those areas of support are kind of subjective. What I think might be a support area may not be what you think. So if I were starting out, I would probably maybe use the low of the previous 5-minute candle as my stop, maybe the 15, but try it. And the reason why is that the low of the previous 5-minute candle is a defined number. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. There's no guesswork. So you can practice doing that. Okay. So that's one aspect. You have to have a price where you're going to get out of the trade if it's not working. Number one. Number two is, okay, if it doesn't work, how much are you actually willing to lose on the trade, risk on the trade? Because if it doesn't work, you don't want to, if you have a $5,000 account, you don't want to be risking $1,000 each trade. You'll get wiped out. So in the simulator, I demonstrate using a $100 risk. That's why it says approximately $100 on that red line. So if I get stopped out, the most, in theory, I'm going to lose is $100. Okay. And how I trade is I do not vary how much I risk by very much trade to trade within reason. In other words, I'm not risking $1,000 one trade, 500 the next, 50 the next. I try to keep my risk amount just about the same every single trade. That's how I trade. The next aspect, though, is obeying your stop. You can practice in a simulator. You can go 3, 6 months or whatever and get good at it. If you can't make money in a simulator, forget about trying to make money live. And unfortunately, just because you can make money in a simulator does not necessarily mean you'll make money live, because all of a sudden, when you start trading live, a lot of emotion comes in. It's easy to get out of a trade in a simulator when you're losing. Say, oh well, I'll obey my stop, or I get out of a losing trade, I flatten it. A little harder sometimes, though, to maintain that discipline once you start trading live, because all the little self doubts come in. You put a stop in, even though maybe you're using the low of the previous 5-minute candle. You get into a trade and it looks wonderful at the beginning. Everybody's talking about it. Maybe there's even news. Maybe it's got some news related. News is not one reason why I take a trade. It might be a bonus. But what happens is sometimes it just doesn't work and it starts drifting down to your stop price. And you start saying, you know what? I think my stop was too tight. So I'm not going to obey it because I know this is coming back. So you disobey your stop. And now instead of a manageable $100 loss, it starts turning into 200, 300, 400, 500 before you finally give up and sell. And you kick yourself for not obeying your stop. And those of you who've been in the room enough, you know what my second scenario is. And it's almost as bad, if not worse. Not obeying your stop. And now you're down two, three, four, $500. And then it does turn around on you. And now you're up two, three, $400. Can that happen? Of course it can. Of course it can. But if you want to last, in my opinion anyway, money management is so critical. Get out when you hit your stop. You can always get back in, as John is saying. You can always get back in. The commissions are so cheap now, either free or so cheap, half a cent a share at Interactive Brokers. No, that's no excuse for not getting out of a trade. Sometimes you get maybe, it was just a little bit early. The setup was nice, but maybe who knows? Maybe the market turned against you, unforeseen. And maybe now, later on, maybe it sets up again the same way. Maybe the market's more in your favor. I mean, there's a lot of reasons why trades don't work. And you can practice swing trading using the simulator. That's what you see here. I took this AMC short of 500 shares, I don't know, maybe 2 weeks ago. I'm just keeping it in here. Okay, so if you don't get out of a trade at the end of the day, it becomes a swing trade, or you can practice swing trading. So I cannot emphasize enough, and that's not just for you, Luis, but anybody just starting out, practice in the simulator. I mean, if you don't have, now you need again, you have to be using our downloadable application, to have access to it. But if you don't, if you're using our web-based version, but your broker will have some form of simulated trading. I cannot emphasize it enough. All right, guys. Wow, 11:34. So I'm going to be taking a break in about 20 minutes or so. So I just want to make sure. I think it is Steve today. I'm just going to confirm it is Steve in our YouTube room when I take my break. And Steve is the originator of the trades of the week. Okay, there goes Hilly a little bit, guys. HLLY. Okay. Yeah, I sure wish somebody had slapped me, or well, I shouldn't say it like that, but drilled into me the idea of stops and not being afraid to take a loss. Now, listen, I mean, if you're constantly taking losses, then of course you have to reevaluate your trading style and the setups like why you're getting into the trades. And if it's you're constantly taking losses, of course, but that's part of the that's part of your tuition. Especially in the simulator, you're going to take losses, and there's just fine. Try to figure out what's working. Why are you taking a trade is so important. Why are you taking this trade? Not just because, well, it looks good, or I'm somebody told me was a good one to do. I mean, you've got to have some really solid ideas about why you are taking a trade. Hilly, guys. HLLY, big area to try to take out the three. But it's cleared this now again at 277. That was the high. And you'll hear me again, if you're new to trading, you're new to my style anyway, you'll hear me constantly talking about looking left. And the first thing I do when I get something that is near the high of the day, I'm looking at the daily chart to see where the next high is. Okay, so that's why Hilly at the beginning for me was interesting because the next high was 348. So, a stock sitting at 280. I'm not saying it's ever going to get up to that next high, but what I try to do is take out chart resistance as one of the reasons why a stock won't keep going higher. So if I see a high far enough away, obviously for Hilly it was, and fine. If I don't, for instance, if I looked at this daily chart and I look left and I don't see anything above the price, in other words, all of this was below, then I have to start looking at the weekly chart to check the next high. Okay. And that's just my style of trading. I always want to see a lot of room where a stock could keep running to before it hits the next high, either on the daily chart or the weekly chart. That does not have to be your style of trading, though. Well, I almost said a bad word. Almost said a bad word, but I held that back. So there's the ASAN guys holding the VWAP. And again, you hear me talk about the VWAP. I'm not a big indicator guy. There's really only two I pay attention to, and that's the 200-day moving average. That's that green line you see on my chart, and the VWAP, which is that kind of that purple area. But I'll always refer to it right up there. And this is, volume weighted average price. I mean, the VWAP can be a very important area on a chart. Where a chart, does it hold a VWAP? Does it? Ah, See, I mean, there's a good example. I was in this ARHS. I got stopped out. Unfortunately, I kind of lost focus on it. I should be back in this short. Okay, I should be back in this short. I was in at 1082 on the short. I got stopped out at 1092. It proceeded to keep going through, got up to 1128 or 1122. I had to obey my stop, but it's set up again. And I fortunately moderating a room sometimes, I can't pay 100% obviously to trading, but please ask questions. Don't worry about that. Why did I take that? Why did I take the trade? Because the next low looking left was 10. So if I'm in at 1082 and I'm looking at that daily chart and the next low is $10, that's a lot of room that it could keep moving to until it hits that potential support area. It's an earnings play, so I know it's going to be active all day. Not that it had to be an earnings play though for me to take the trade. And oh, okay. So it is Andy. Andy will be in our YouTube room today. He's switching with Steve today. Okay, so it'll be Andy. Just got the word there. Collapse. Well, let's take a look at some of these that came in the large cap, biggest percent large cap mover since the start of the race. So again, what does it mean? My races are 4 minutes long. Every time the race is over, a new one will begin. Since this race started, ASAN has moved, 0.31%. That's not astonishing, but look what's happening now. Look what's happening. That VWAP, was trading right around that VWAP for the longest time. Maybe now Maybe now it'll proceed. It's an earnings play, is one I had early on. Made a little bit of money on it. But the other thing to do is take a look at what won races. Why you're seeing ASAN at the top here is because it won 12 races today. SPWR won 4, etc., all the way down to ARRI, ARRY won 1 race. So, for instance, click on one of these ones that won a race. Let's take a look at CLVT. Won 2 races. Let's see what it's doing. It's trying to hold the VWAP. $11 is the VWAP. Maybe it's trying to hold it. There's a pullback. Maybe the VWAP holds it. And that's part of your trading style. If it holds 11 and holds the VWAP and starts to move, maybe get some volume, maybe you take the trade. Practice. And the other aspect of, putting price alerts. We have a very simple way of putting price alerts on the chart. Okay, extremely simple. And the price alerts window, you just click on new and then price alerts window. If you've never done it before, of course, it'll be blank. And it's so simple to do. Let me just back that off. I just go to the chart. Let's go to Hilly. HLLY. So I want to put a price alert, say at $3 or just under $3, right at $2.99. So you see, all I have to do is just move my pointer. There's a dotted line that'll follow it. And if I can eyeball it well enough, so I'll put it at 298. Start it again, sorry. So when I get to the price I want, I right click, create price alert. Now, if it's not right where I want, in fact, it says 299, I'll put it at 3. I can put a note in. I typically don't put notes in, but you can if you want, and then save. See how easy it is. So now I have a blue line on my chart. I'm going to do something a little bit different. I'm going to put a price alert just underneath the current price. Notice my price alerts window. Give me a moment. My price alerts window, I minimize it. Okay, I minimize my price alerts window because what will happen, and I sort on the triggered time. These are all columns that you can have, and I sort on the triggered time. And so what happens is I will see the last alert right at the top. But what I do is I minimize the window because when it does trigger, it'll pop up on my screen. And I try to put an alert, put another alert here, see if it'll pop up. wouldn't you know, it's just not wanting to. There you go. See how it popped up on my screen? Okay, you cannot miss the alert. So just minimize it. You don't have to have the window up and running, taking up screen space. You just minimize it. And in fact, I think it's better because it just pops up on your screen. You'll see it right at the top. You can actually, I put a sound alert on it using, the sound alert feature because sometimes I have a wireless headset. Sometimes I wander away from my computer and I can hear that sound. I can come racing back. All right, guys, what time is it now? 11:48. So yeah, Andy will be in our YouTube room, not Steve today. Ken Trader, you mentioned OPGN a long time ago. Is on the move a little bit. What did you miss? Everything, Todd. Everything. Okay, guys. Hilly looks like it getting set to take out 3. Now the SIVB was interesting. So this is in essence a crypto play off SI. Wow, it's so interesting because Wells Fargo, even though the SI fiasco had already happened and SIVB has exposure, Wells Fargo is still put on a $185 price target on them. Now they cut it. Oh, Piper Sandler cut it from 250 to 195, but Wells Fargo has sold 195. I mean, remember, guys, this is after the SI fiasco. Yeah, this is and why I don't typically trade stocks this expensive, but man, oh man, what a rundown. Now, Ocean OCEA, I mean, again, very, very whippy, but probably right at the high. So there's Hilly, not able so far, not able to break through 3. Okay, guys. So what I'm going to do right now, I'm going to put the YouTube link in so you can listen to Andy. He's not there yet, but he'll be there probably in about less than 10 minutes. So you can listen to Andy for his 12 to 1 stint. Eastern time, of course. And again, if you're new to the room, this is the format between 8 a.m. Eastern time to about 3:20 in the afternoon. Now, I don't get on the mic until 9, but I open the main room at 9. YouTube just before 9. Okay, guys, so what I'm going to do now, I'm just going to put the announcement in. I'm not gone yet, of course, or not on mute yet, but in fact, maybe a little early. Don't do it yet. All right, guys, so keep an eye on a 3 break for Hilly. You can see that whole number. Stalled it so far, 298, got up to 298. Mr. Real, good morning. All right, so BBW did finally fall $1 from the highs here. Will the VWAP hold it? 25.10 is the VWAP, so it's got a little bit ways to go. Meanwhile, Arlo continues getting closer and closer to that whole number. Arlo, earnings play yesterday through the 200-day moving average. And the next high looking left is 650. So if we can take out that 6, I think it's 650, yes. See, I mean, again, just focus a little more focus, and I would be back in this ARH short, okay? But I was just a little bit unfocused. Should be back in this ARHS short. Okay, so I will put my announcement in now on a break. Back around 1 p.m. Eastern Time. Oops. So I will mute myself, and I'll just wait for Andy to show up in our YouTube room. Should be any moment now. So I put the YouTube link in, I think. There's a YouTube link in again. Okay. And I'll mute myself now. Not in YouTube. You guys can still hear me in YouTube, but I'll just wait for Andy to show up. Now look at this BEKE, guys. Look at this thing heading down. BEKE. You guys can hear me in YouTube. 16. Wow, is that right? 16 is the next low looking left for BEKE. Did we get a bounce at all for that pack W that was so just getting destroyed earlier? No, well, a little bit of a bounce. 21.15. I guess that's well, about $1 bounce, but looks like the VWAP is stalling it. 22.35 stalled it, and now looks like it could continue down. And that showed up in my 10-day daily breakdown. So YouTubers, really keep an eye on the HLLY taking out 3. It's an earnings play. Would have some room to the 348 mark. Okay. And there he is, Mr. Andrew himself.
Hey, Barry, how's it going, buddy?
Not bad, not bad. Hey,
Good.
Appearance on a Thursday.
Yeah. I'm going to be off tomorrow, so
Okay.
yeah, taking the day
Why
off to
not?
go look
Yeah,
at a
why not?
college with my daughter. So
Oh, nice. Nice. What
yeah.
college is that?
Well, it's a East Texas Baptist University, and it's in East Texas.
Okay.
We used to live out there. It's a small private school, but she got like a full scholarship. So I'm like, you
Oh,
might want to
nice.
let's go take a look at that one. Yeah.
Yeah, no kidding. What about the football team?
Yeah, I don't care about it.
You don't care about that.
I'll
Okay.
just root for my Aggies. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
I got to share my screen here. How
Yeah,
you been
get your
doing today,
screen.
buddy?
Well, I've had a frustrating day. You know, ARHS. I was short that, and then I got stopped out, and then I got distracted. Should be back in that one. Um, ASAN, I did okay, but I was hoping for a lot more. It's an earnings play, and I thought maybe it would
Yes.
have a lot more thrust on it, but just didn't do it. The one I'm looking at right now, I also took a little loss on it early, was Hilly, HLLY. I'm kind of waiting to see if it can take out 3. It is an earnings play. 345 is the next high looking left. So, yeah, there's an argument to be made if it can take out 3 with any gusto, as I call it, it may have a bit of a
Hmm.
run in it.
Yeah. No, I see.
But other than that, yeah, just kind of a bit of a frustrating day for me. It
Uh,
happens.
yeah. I don't like those. I saw a lot of early morning moves, and as a matter of fact, I just hit Steve up and Slack and telling him, never confuse the first 30 minutes of the day as as strength or weakness. It's just look at the shop. It's a prime
Oh, yeah.
example. Yeah. I mean,
Hmm.
here it is, just nice, break out of this range, and this boy is probably gonna give it all up. It's just
Yep.
like,
Yeah,
mm,
exactly. Exactly. Well, look at the
yeah,
market. I mean, the market has been pretty well. I mean, I would say now the trend is definitely down, but I mean, even the market, look at the topping tails and bottoming tails on the
yes.
15-minute
Oh,
chart.
it's hard, man.
It's very hard. Very
As a matter
hard.
of fact, I was long some. I've been long some SPXS, and I was in the money, and it's what's so hard not to get out of them when you see those early morning moves. But
Hmm.
I actually added to my position. So,
Yeah.
uh, yeah, this is ugly.
Well, I'll leave you to the
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Go
ugliness
take
while I
some
take
time
my
out.
break.
Sure,
Okay.
absolutely.
Okay. Now, can you go to one, or do you have a meeting?
No, I can go to one. I can go to
Go to
one.
one. Okay.
No problem. Take your time, Barry.
Okay, my friend.
All
We'll
right,
see you
buddy.
around 1 o'clock then.
Have a good one. Hello, everybody. Mike C, how you doing, buddy? Yeah, yeah, the Jeff, you're right about I noticed that earlier today. It's like the market was ripping the highs, and I'm like, boy, look at Bank of America. That's ugly. You know, People talk about the trash stocks like AMC, GameStop, and all those, but you know what? Let's call Credit Suisse a trash stock as well. This thing is trading at $2.84. Doesn't look. I would say it probably not going to make it, but they will get bailed out as all the big boys do probably. Uh, yeah, so I think Q's looked really good on the daily there. Mike, how you doing, bud? Uh, Looked like it was breaking out of a range. Now it looks like it may, if it doesn't hold on to this 20, it can fall right back into it. Let's see. Not anything right now for me. I did just pick up some AI, but it probably not going to last off this 10 period moving average. I was bouncing. I thought it would catch a bounce off that 20 period moving average. I'm in about right here, a little bit higher, 24, 15, but may have to let it go just a tiny bit. But just when I had an alert, I put an order out early in the morning and forgot about it and got hit. But we'll see if we can hold on and work here. I'll probably cut it below that 24. Breaks that. It's starting to work on the gap and another moving average. But all right, Tesla rolling over. Oh, thank you, Peter. Thank you, buddy. Of course, she wants to go to Pepperdine, but that's not going to happen unless she gets some really good scholarships. But there's several. This is the first visit actually, so I'm not sure where she'll end up going. But the sound of a full scholarship sounds pretty good to me. She's not going to get too many of those, if any more. All right. Yeah, let's take a look at the averages. You know what? I got a small size, tiny size, but I'm going to go ahead and just put a stop in this AI. If it can't hold that 24, it's no use me being in it. It'll probably just go and wick me, but I don't care. Let's go with 23. All right. Yeah, let's take a look at the spies. And that was kind of, we're still kind of right in the middle of nowhere. God, this is really, really tough swing trading market right now. That's why I'm not doing a whole lot and staying hedged if I do go long with the SPXs because, boy, looked like we were at, staring off in the abyss right here. And a Fed governor comes out and says, oh, looks like we may be able to ease back on during the summer. That's it seems like it always comes. I was actually short here too, you know. Of course, I got out as soon as I hear them talking because uh but anyway, yeah, bounced up. Looks like we may get above the moving average just right back and just right now, right in the middle of this slop here between the 50 and the 10 period moving average. So it's really a scalper's market right now. It's not even a pure day trade. You got to be in and out quick. What I mean by that is sometimes a day trader could be take a position and staying in it all day. That's really tough to do right now with the action we've been seeing. All right. So guys, if you're in here, you have any questions you about a configuration you've been working on? Well, there's one you could have rode for 2 days. I guess the kind of stuff you look for. Gee, excuse me, just one sec, guys. All right, sorry about that. Wife had to tell me something. Let's take a look at the IWM. Steve's pointing it out to me. Oh, yes, that is ugly. Nothing pretty about that at all. And we looked at the spies, not going to even look at the diamonds. So a few mixed signals out there. AMD, uh, nice day there. Let's see how Nvidia's doing. I bet you anything. I'm real tempted to short that AMD right there. But I'm not. PayPal's holding up okay. Not sure if they had some news. Okay, must have been a upgrade. Well, I'm assuming that. I'm not seeing it anywhere else, but not something I'd buy with the market heading in the direction it's going. But I thought this LAZR would have a chance today, but looks like it's not. It's a no-go. Setting up nicely, but see that. Man, something happened here. Shoot. Do I have something open? It's not letting me there it is. It's hiding behind the you tempted to buy this thing if it sits on the 10 period moving average here. GE started out like gangbusters. Another one this morning. There's been a lot of option buying going on in that over the last week, so I figured something was up. Been in this IQ for a few days. It may just obviously with the weakness in China, but if China gets a bounce, watch this IQ. It's just been in this channel now for gosh 6 weeks looks like, and so definitely relative strength compared to KWeb. And FXI is also looking pretty ominous there. But I always like the ones, minestrone, I like to call this one, that's been holding up well. Another China play. So I like to keep an eye on these because you sometimes you get those massive bounces in uh, China markets, overnight. And of course, if they're holding up well, I'll take a chance on them, sit in them until they break down. All right, let's see. It was weird this morning. I'm sitting there watching uh the market just ripped the highs, and all of a sudden I see FAS coming through coming through my relative strength. I'm going, wait a minute. Here's a financial three times bear just ripping higher as the market is ripping higher. I'm going, yeah, something's not right here. That's unusual. So keep it, yeah, you want to keep an eye on those because we all know what some of the toxic stuff these guys hold, derivatives and stuff they hold on their books. We've seen it back in 2009. Wouldn't surprise me a bit to see it again. Contagion. Look at that. If Bank of America can't even get a bounce after down 4.5%. Of course, I've seen moves like this before that turn out. This was ugly back over here too. But now you're on Multi-month low, about a 5, 6 month low, whatever that is. I guess it's about a 5. I'm in this LAZR. I'm not too much underwater, but I am in it in my swing. So I'm gonna put alert right here. If it breaks down, let's get out of this thing. See if it breaks at 9. No, Tank Man. Those, regardless of with our real time alerts, it's really in our. We put so much emphasis on all the data we provide in real time and currently that uh, one thing we do lack is the ability to go back and compare like these intraday candles. Because let's face it, a head and shoulder pattern, that's a lot of data to really be. You got each side of the shoulder, you got pullbacks, you got ranges, and there's just a lot of information that would go into that. Uh, Now, I know we're working on this with in our ME, our Market Explorer. We're working on different things, and we're not quite there yet to do head and shoulder patterns. We are able to do some some pretty cool stuff. But uh, yeah, I would yeah, just not going to have anything right now. It's tough. I mean, I can do some things with our uh, see, I mean, a bull flag. I don't know if we're going to have anything in here, but let's do a bull flag daily pattern here. PAGP. Yeah, it's not a great example, but what is I use the position and range filters and other range filters to show the stock that has moved up and kind of forming a flag. This market right now, you're not getting a lot of that anyway. I can see if I got anything on the intraday. Maybe it's a better way to bull flag intraday here. There we go. Oh, that's a gap up. Well, yeah, that's not gonna be a good one. There's a good example. You had a stock that's moved, and what I do is I limit the amount of range you can have over the next, I think, 30 minutes in this one. Let me take a look at the configuration. Anyway, I always tell people that you can get pretty imaginative with these things using your 30-minute range. So you see, in this 30-minute range, I have a max of 0.3%. So that tells me it's going to be forming a little channel over a 30-minute period because it cannot move more than 0.3% during that 31 period. I'm sorry, a 30-minute period, or it will not be in here. And then, of course, position and ranges. So play around with our ranges. Now, you're not going to be able to build something as sophisticated, obviously, as a head and shoulder pattern. Uh, well, those really don't work for intraday anyway. In my opinion, that's mostly a daily kind of look. But let me see if we can find a better one. That one's now. See, this one would have been beautiful. It would have been probably in here too. It's WM Waste Management. And now you had another move up and it's kind of going sideways. Just has to do it for 30 minutes. Now it can continue to go. I may have to dig this one up. There's one that's right there. So it has to move up about, I think in this case, at least 1%. There's a good example. Stock moved up and it's flagging. Nice little pennant there. Let's draw the pennant. Ah, come on. What are you doing? There you have it. So this does work. I'll be happy to share it with you guys. I know most of you in here probably have it, but it's a nice little. There's another one. Move up. I need to dust this off and bring it back out. But anyway, the point I wanted to bring this up is you're not going to be able to build things like a head and shoulder, but you can get kind of imaginative, and this works really well. This bull flag that I built. Let me just go ahead and share it. Here is the intraday one. And here's the daily one. Market trying to get a little bounce. Not necessarily. Uh, I will let me take this down right here. I will look for volume. In other words, maybe in my extreme volume stocks, that are performing well, or maybe in the races, if I see one with okay, I survived that AI here, and it looks I'd like to see this get a bounce here. Survived it by a few pennies though. So anyway, I'm sorry, Tank Man. Yeah, I don't really care about now if the stock is holding up well and it's doing nice relative volume, and the market gets a bounce and it has a high short float. Yes, I would be very interested in that stock. Um, but I just don't necessarily do it just because the market looks like it's going to bounce. Because let's face it, it's I mean we don't know if the market's going to bounce. It's is a chance. Yeah, it can pop up here and maybe bounce, but we don't know that for sure. So I'm not just going to rush into a high floater, just a high short floater, just because the market's uh, looks like it's going to bounce. I would rather find something that's coming through. Uh, my uh, see that's not bad. It's got 13% short float. Setting up high through some key moving averages. This one looks like, gosh, all-time highs. Yeah. Oh, wait, I thought I saw. No, it's not all-time highs. No, it's nowhere near it. But let me put it on a weekly here. I may be interested in a day trade on this one. Yeah, this could have some go. You look at the weekly here. This could go another $5. I'm not saying it's going to do that today, but nothing preventing it from, moving higher. This for sure. So this is the kind of stuff I'd look for. It's not a huge short flow, but 13 is not bad. I mean, I wish it didn't have the big day, big gap up day yesterday, but obviously for momentum traders, you don't care. I mean, if it looks like it's going to go to highs and it's setting up, You buy it, and if it breaks out and then comes right back into the channel, you just give it a tight stop. All right, let's see. Let's see this AI. There's still did do a bar reversal there. Little volume coming in. If this thing takes out this level right here, I may be adding. I probably won't. There's a very good chance it'll sit here and slop around and just close and setting up for maybe a move tomorrow. I did buy it in my swing trade as well. I just like the potential here for a catch of the moving averages. Of course, the other day it had earnings, had a really good day, and it's pulled back now. And uh, all right, let's check out the races now that we're getting a little bit of a bounce here. That's a nice looking pattern right there, Chico's. Not doing any good volume though. Let's see here. Is there a place to see Holly AI win rate by strategy or time? Uh, no, I'm sorry about that. PY 180. No, we do, keep a cumulative, but I don't think we've had it in a while because we're basically there. You go. There you go. AI. Let's get going, will you? You can send something. We probably can get you something. I don't have access to it, but if you send something, we'll get you everything that we have on that. Just send it to info@trade-ideas.com. But I'm gonna tell you right now, it's been difficult in the last year, and the reason that is because of the market. AI. I mean, we look at a lot of strategies each day, but the market has been so erratic. It's really tough when you really don't have a nice trend. The market has been really sloppy of late, and it makes it tough. It makes it tough on anybody that's trying to run an algo. But no, I'm long AI. I'm in from around 20. I bought it off the on a pullback when it came down to the 10 period moving average, which was around 24 at the time, was around 24.11 when I bought it. I got it right before. I'm in at 24.15, but actually may sell half here. Was thinking about adding, now I'm thinking about selling half just because this market is going nowhere. And now if it couldn't hold above that fast line there, I wanted it to poke above here and hold that level. It couldn't do it. Yeah, yeah, I will do that all the time. That's why I was looking at this LAZR. I'm not like, I don't have time, and now it's getting a bounce here. This LAZR sitting on its 10 period moving average. I'll buy these, all day long, off the daily. But I don't have the time that Barry has. I'm doing other things here at Trade Ideas, so I don't have time to play these momentum trades where I can sit there and watch them, and every second. So a lot of times, what I'll do is I'll play off the 10 period moving averages where I can take a small position. If it doesn't work, I know my stop's going to be, because I expect it to hold that 10 period moving average, and if it doesn't, I'll be out quick. Especially on a strong chart like this, you got fanning moving averages, but this market is just a sloppy mess. I thought this looked really good today for a move in the market, because I'm long it in my swing trading account, and the market uh, had a nice takeoff, and this thing did nothing, absolutely nothing. So I was like, oh, okay, guess that today's not going to be its day. But if I wasn't already in it, and I'm actually in it a little bit higher than this, but if I wasn't in it, I would definitely be looking for a possible swing trade. But I'm just not doing a whole lot in this market. It's too messy right now. Do a few day trades. It's on. Wow, look at that BAC. You don't see that down 5% many times. Probably saw it back over here on these 2 days. That is ugly. That's Deutsche Bank doing. It's kind of not doing anything. How about the major brokers? Morgan Stanley's also breaking its 50. Goldman's just kind of hanging out. Not bad at all on Goldman. It's IQ back to highs. Close to it. Right. Or is that one? Was that one we were just looking at? It's a nice looking motorsport game. Trying to go to highs. Oh, sure. Yeah, this is you might have it. This is Chris Varley shared this with me, but I will definitely share it again. There you go, Mike. See, there's that Holly that Barry was talking about. Yeah, descending channel. Now, like I said, I think uh, Michael may be working on some other things that I'm not aware of right now. I know he's definitely working on these pattern, recognition stuff all the time. So I don't know if descending channel. Yes, as far as our system as it sits, uh, it's hard to compare. Like I said, previous candles to each other. I mean, we do have some, in there for intraday, patterns, but I'm be honest with you, I'm not crazy about them. But our strength tank man is real time streaming data. That's what you're going to find with us versus all the competition. A lot of their scanners are basically just very basic. You have to put in all the information, and boom, they give you a all the stocks that fit that parameter of what you put in. But they don't real time, stream like we do, where you can follow it every, basically tick. And as far as alerts go, real time streaming alerts, nobody compares. Nobody can. Yep, been so no bounce in that. See, do you have any good scanners for detecting, identifying channels besides the current alerts? Well, I don't think so. We can look at the me Market Explorer and where to go. There it is. It's an E now. Pattern recognition. We got bull flag and bear flag, Bollinger Bands, support resistance. So maybe you can take a look here and see. Michael may have built something in. It's got support and resistance. Now that's not going to tell you a stock's channeling, but it will, give you different support and resistance at different time frames. Uh, yeah, I'll have to ask Mike about that PY 180. So anything is going to be in the ME. Okay, so basically we don't have any like uh, filters for you to like find channeling stocks and thing in our basic program. Anything that we have is going to be in the Market Explorer. So what I would do is just go through this and see, see what we do have. And I can promise you, if we don't have a Head and Shoulders in here right now, there may be something that works for support and resistance. I'm not sure. Once again, you can send that email, and Michael will know more about this than I. But I don't think we have you know s- where you can just find channeling stocks. You're welcome. Yeah, I haven't been up to date in those things, so I need to get back in there and take a look to see what we have, what Michael's added recently. But I know we're working on new stuff, so what a mess this stuff is. Trading is right now. Actually, man, if this market was heading in a different direction, I would be definitely tempted on that PayPal. I like this little setup here, kind of a walking cane, whatever. But just yeah, with the market on lows, hey, I'm not gonna do something like that. Yeah, Brokerage Plus works great with I don't use it, but I know some people that do that use it with IB. We have actually a lot of people subscribers at Trade Ideas that use it with IB. Uh, E-Trade has been kind of I think it's working now. E-Trade is clunky, and the reason why is it's not our problem, it's their API. See, that's the problem when you're connecting, to these other brokers. You're kind of at the mercy of their API, and if they're not upkeeping it or they're making changes and not notifying you, it's always a work in progress with some of these brokers. IB, I think is doing is okay, but Chris is probably the guy. He's on top of that more than I am. He has platforms he can test on and things like that. But yeah, yeah, I can promise you, IB is much more efficient. Their API, and down the road, we're so busy with the migration to AWS right now, and our plate is full. But we're uh, more than likely going to be doing something with TradeStation down the road. So uh, there'll be some other opportunities, and I think we're working on with Alpaca as well. So it will get better. All right, so the spies are now negative, and the Qs, let's see how they're holding up. Still positive on the day, but looks like it's trying to go to lows in the Qs as well. Let's check out some of the big boys. Apple trying to go to lows, but just as mess of dojis in that thing. Google, I'm in this one, but I've already scalped out half, and I may be selling the other half today. Amazon hasn't been doing very well the last I looked. Yeah, it's kind of in no man's land, sloppy. Well, if Tank Man, are you referring to swing trading or day trading? Mike's watching Toro. Yeah, day trading. My style of day trading is I'm quick to take profits. What I do, especially in this kind of environment. I'm really quick to take profits. Now, uh, so I don't really use trading stops. What I'll do is, and when I'm day trading, is I will take take half off pretty quick. So, and it's usually a lot depends on the market, obviously. Okay, lately, yeah, I've been taking half really quick. I mean, not even depending on obviously the stock and what it looks like. I'm always looking at the chart where I might take profits, or uh, but for me, it's more of a gut feel. I'm not looking because I'm always watching the market. And I got a decent feel about, like, right now. I'm taking profits real quick in this market, so I don't really use trailing stops now. And that's subjective. Somebody may be playing small size and looking for a bigger move. Okay, so but maybe somebody's playing huge size, only looking for 10 or 20 cents. So maybe they they may do a trailing stop at 5 cents. So that's very subjective. The key is have a plan to stick to it. And uh, by the way, I did get stopped out of my second half of my AI. It's just nothing going on there. Um, so yeah, be consistent, but at the same time, I think you have to learn to adapt in the market, because if the market is trending, if you're in a nice trending bull market, I can tell you now, the really great traders, that I've known over the past, have been ones to look for those all day moves. Not looking for a scalp here and there. Now, with this environment that we have now, you maybe have to adapt to that. You might not be getting those all day moves. I mean, just take a look at something like, Shop today. It's like, if you're looking for an all day move here, you bought it this morning, you're about to, if you didn't take any profits, you're about to probably go negative. Um, so that's the key, is learning to adapt to the environment, the current environment. I can't tell you how important that is, to change your strategies, when you get in these current environments like this. Barry, I heard something like a snake. You sound like a snake.
Oh, I don't want to sound like a snake. I was going a little like a little.
Oh, okay.
It's funny. I get a lot of questions about trailing stops, and it's funny. I've never ever in my life used a trailing stop.
Mm-mm.
In the only way I think I would ever use a trailing stop is if I were maybe in 5 or 10 trades at the same time and I could not manage the trades, easily. Because
Right.
I always think of trailing stops, there's no science behind it. There's nothing behind it. I mean, if you say, well, I'm going to have a trailing stop of half a percent or 20 cents or 30 cents, it's not based on anything. It's just a number. I mean,
Right.
I always like my stops at, here's why I'm putting a stop in. Here's
Hmm.
why I'll raise my stop to a certain price because I think there's some
There you
maybe
go.
support there, things like that. But I do understand the concept of why somebody might want a trailing stop, but only if you're in, I don't know, 5 to 10 trades at the same time, and it's very, very difficult to kind of monitor charts, 5 or 10 charts at the same time.
Right.
So I don't know, like for instance, Tankman is. I don't know what's Tankman if you're a new trader or what your status is. But I mean, first of all, if you're new to trading, I wouldn't be in more than one trade at a time right now. I'll be
Hmm.
honest. Even me though, I mean, I'm not a new trader. I'm rarely in more than two at the same time. And because I like to manage my trades by looking at a chart and get a feel, like you said, Andy, a little bit of a gut feel about what's happening, what's the market doing, and very quick in this environment to take profit almost, especially if you get into something and it pops immediately. We can't rely on the fact it's going to keep going. It just
Nope.
isn't. I mean, most of the time it's just not going to keep going. Um, so that's my whole feeling about trailing stops. I don't really believe in them because they're not based on anything other than, safety if you can't watch the charts.
Right. Right. Yeah, exactly, Barry. And I'm the same way with you. I would rather find something technical, a reason technically to get me out of a trade versus just using a monetary value, um so yeah, I'm very similar to what you do when I am day trading.
Hmm.
Yep.
Hilly. Well, I don't know what, I mean, it broke through three.
Yeah.
Why it broke through three. It's got the room, but is it going to continue? It's an earnings play.
Yeah,
So, I mean, in theory,
it
it
could.
should be active for the balance of the day, in theory. But, is it going to keep going? Is it going to keep going, Andy?
No, I wish I knew, Barry. I wish I knew. There's nothing really to stop it. It may want to fill the gap, but
Hmm.
yeah, that's a tough one. That's a when I look at big giant green candles like that, it's always tough for me to enter a trade.
Hmm. Hmm.
You're better at that than I am.
Well, I don't know better than that, but something like this, I have to have a pretty tight stop because, um, well, you know what it is? It's more not trusting the market right now. I'm just not seeing too many things trending
Mm-mm.
in the direction I want it to see today. The
Exactly.
only one that did it and early, and I kept me out of this trade was the spread was BBW. You look at BBW, and it's an earnings play. And after that 9:30 candle, we had that big bottoming
Hmm.
tail. It had a beautiful, almost
Yeah.
hour and 15 run. But I couldn't take the trade because the spread was like
Right.
20, 30, 40 cents at
Oh, I
certain
hate that.
times.
I
I
hate
just
that.
couldn't do it. You know, now in retrospect, it wouldn't have mattered. But
Yeah, I'm the
how are
same
we
way.
going to know that?
I can't stand when I have a looking at some of these gappers and earnings plays and some of stocks that you think would not be trading at a 10 to 15 cent spread, they
Hmm.
will, and it's just, it just irritates me to death when I pull something up. I was like, oh gosh, you got a 20-cent spread. I really like that what I'm looking at here, but yeah, you just got to play small
Yeah.
size, I guess. But
Well, yeah, right. Small size, wider stops, and
yep,
all. Now
exactly.
it's only got 13 million in the float. So I mean that is a
Yeah.
reason that's a fairly expensive stock to only have 13 million in the float, I guess. But that was the only one that I saw that had a bit of a trend for at least an hour and 15 minutes, and but couldn't take it. Just could not pull the
Yeah.
trigger on it. Now look at Hilly trying to give up three. We'll see. I'm in it. We'll see. We'll see if it can hold three, and if not, I'll just bail.
Yep. Now, I'll tell you what, if this BBW gets above this high going back over here, Barry, man, I think that's an all-time high. So,
It
boy,
is an all-time high. Yeah, position in
yep,
lifetime range, 95%. I'm
that's
seeing.
right.
Yeah. So, yep. Well, you can see that its previous earnings release, which was back in November.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at the daily chart, you see that huge gap.
Yep.
That was another earnings release, and
Okay.
today is another earnings release. But look what happened. I mean, for a few days it went great, but after that, I mean, it just chopped
Just
up and
died.
down and
Yep.
was in a real downtrend until today, another big earnings release.
Hmm. All right.
All
Boy,
right, yeah,
build a
all
bear.
right.
Never thought that would be at all-time highs in this
Yeah.
market. But
I don't think we have that in Canada. I'm not even sure what they do, but
Oh, you take little
multi-channel
kids. They're
retailer.
located in malls, and you take little kids in there, and they stuff their own bears, and build them basically,
Oh,
teddy bears. Yeah.
I'm looking right now. It says Canada, but I don't think I've ever seen one.
Okay. Maybe just
Is it
you.
like a kiosk, more like a kiosk in the
Mm-mm,
middle of the
mm-mm.
malls,
No,
or is it a
it's a
storefront?
store. It's a whole
Oh,
storefront. Yeah.
really?
Hmm.
Never seen it.
Yep.
Maybe it hasn't made it to Vancouver. I
Maybe
don't
not.
know. Or the malls I frequent anyway.
There you go.
Yeah. Oh my.
Oh
Well,
man.
Andy, I'm sure. Are you going to? So you got tomorrow off. So are you going to take off a little early today?
No, nothing,
No. Okay.
nothing to do today. So I'll just take off tomorrow. We'll leave in the morning. So yep.
Okay.
Uh,
What's your daughter? Is that what is she going for? What is her potential discipline? I know it's early, but what is she thinking
it is
about?
early. It is early, and I know she likes. She's a very good writer. She's a very good with her English, and she's very good in biology.
Oh,
But yeah, she's taking a lot of college credit courses right now, and she's doing very well. And yeah,
so she could teach if she's good at English and she's good in biology. She should teach biology then.
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
There you
She
go.
could be, and she kind of likes the idea of maybe being a marine biologist, but I don't know. You know what? I never like to rush them. They teachers and stuff. These institutions put a lot of pressure on them to figure out what you want to do. But a lot of kids, and she's the youngest one in her class. She's only 17, just turned it. And
Oh, wow.
I don't want to put pressure on you to figure
You
out what you
can't
want to be.
know
Yeah,
what for the rest of your life at 17 to
exactly,
try to figure. Ah, come on.
exactly.
That's one of the things, I went through engineering, and in engineering first year, you were given a little bit of a taste of mining and metallurgy, a little bit of
Hmm.
electrical, a little bit of civil, a little bit mechanical. There was one other I can't remember. And so, yeah, I knew I wanted to go through engineering, but I wasn't sure what discipline. And
Yeah.
so, they expose you in the first 2 years, at least when I went, to all the different disciplines. And then after 2 years, you can kind of make up your mind. But for me to have said electrical, that was the other one. Yeah, but in the first year, I mean, you can't possibly know.
No, no. And you're right. It's the same way here. You have a lot of basics that everybody has to take that you can kind of do in the first 2 years before you want to hone in on, on a career. So, or on a major. So, yeah, that's the way it should be. Heck, I didn't know what I want to do at
I still don't
at
know
that
what I
age.
want to do.
No, not me too.
That's all right, Andy.
All right, Barry.
I'll
All
let
right.
you go
You
on
have a
that
great
note.
weekend, buddy.
You too.
All right.
Okay, bye
Y'all
bye.
do the same. Bye bye.
Let me take over the screen now. Okay, guys, we have that BBW up and running now. I'll get my music going. I'm back in our YouTube room. I'll get back into the other. Okay, guys, I'm back in everything right now. As I mentioned to Andy, I am in the hilly. Not loving it. I'm in literally at 3. But I'm going to keep a close eye on it. Want to see if it can get back over 3. I had a little bit of profit in it when I got up to 308, but I'm looking for more, to be honest. But may not get it. Just absolutely may not get it. But we'll see what happens. 295 probably gets me out. I'm actually the lunar. I mean, it's super super risky, but I'm pretty sure traders are going to be looking at this high at some point if it gets close. So, an 1850 break might get this running again, but it is very risky. Talking about the LUNR, but why are traders even looking at it? Well, all you have to do is take a look on a daily chart, and when it comes up, that crazy day that it got up to $136. So thoughts on OCEA? Well, risky. I mean, I know we say that all the time, but it's risky because of the float, OCEA. It's only got 11 million in the float. And so a couple of things that I'm seeing. I mean, look how choppy it is. I mean, there's no trend right now, to be honest. I mean, it's just very choppy up and down. The only thing I can see is the VWAP at 815, so it's a little bit above the VWAP. Maybe if it takes out 840, 850, it might get rolling again, but it's been chopping around all day long. So it had, trying to see if it had any news on this one. Yeah, it did have some news on the cancer-related phase 1 trial. See, it's only phase 1, but you just have to always be careful because of that float, on these little ones. I mean, it's trading a huge number, 41 million, almost 4 times the float. It's not shortable for me, so it's probably, a lot of brokers probably have shorts for this one. I'm talking Interactive Brokers, but and there it goes a little bit, but I don't know. I mean, to me, it's just, if you're a VWAP player, then I mean, it held the VWAP so far, 815. All right, let's see. I missed my ASAN short also when I was on my break. I missed my ASAN short. I wanted to take that short underneath the VWAP 2178, and it got down to 2120. I mean, not bad, a 50-cent move. And today's market, I would have taken a move like that, but I haven't looked at the China market really at all. KWEB, how is KWEB doing today? Yeah, getting hammered. So most of the China stocks, man, it's a big area now, guys, through the 200-day moving average for KWEB. What of the going to follow the China stocks. This is as good as any, probably, as an overall follower of China stocks, KWEB. And so, pretty important level that it's taking out now. For a long, long, long time, China was really strong. I pointed this out many times. This is back in November of last year, had the pop up based. And then, while remember, the market was doing this and China was doing this. And then it popped up again, kind of holding. But, ever since it took out that 33, 32, it has been basically, other than that little jog up, straight down. Speaking of China, getting these 888 numbers on my cell phone. Yeah, Pac W, it just came too early for me. Unfortunately, it just came too early for me on that 10-day daily breakdown. I'm pretty rigid. I know I said yesterday I might not be rigid, but it's just hard for me to break. But I was pretty rigid about not taking it at 2317 at 937. 8 minutes later, I would have taken it. And actually, the last time I looked at it, we were talking about this, how it was kind of holding the VWAP for a while, but it looks like the VWAP now has rejected it and now on the way down again. All right, guys. Okay, Hilly kind of reclaim 3. Oh, no, don't tell me. Okay, okay, good. OPRX showed up when I was on my break at 12:33 on the 10-day daily breakdown, but it hasn't moved yet. 1375 was the alert. I put a price alert down here around 1365, I believe. This is an earnings play. It's weak, and let's see if this can later on in the day if it can start to give it up. Now, let's take a look left. What's the price? 1385 right now. So let's take a look left. Okay, 1378. What did it get down to? Got down to 1375. You can see, yeah, looks like there's a lot of support on that weekly chart, right around that 1360, 1370 mark. So this is going to be tough for it to get through. Okay, so that's one reason why I would never take the trade yet. It would really have to break through all this on that weekly chart. That's a lot of support, looks like anyway. All right, guys, Lunar is on the move a little bit here, but be careful if you take this. LUNR. He's talking about the SPY trade swings. Okay, he's not talking about a stock. He's talking about the SPY. The SPY's at 397 right now. Okay. Let me get rid of this. Well, guys, a mini kaboom on the Lunar, LUNR. Okay, guys, it's 1:12. I think I'll do my video right now. I do have a marketing meeting at 2, so I'll do my video now. It shouldn't take me too long. Okay, guys, yeah, yesterday I tried to read the riot act a little bit. Okay, guys, remember, specific stocks only right here, right here. It says specific stocks only, okay? So if you are not talking about a specific stock, I'm trying to see if there's anything. I don't see anything that's not specific, but okay, but just as another rule, general rule, specific stocks only here, general market talk over here, okay? Okay, guys, I'm gonna do my video now. Now 113, so say about 123. Shouldn't take me that long, but Just in case. All right, guys, I'm back. And look at that lunar pop, LUNR. So if you took it, okay, I bounced myself out of the HLLY. Okay, I bounced myself out of it. And maybe I'll look at it again if it gets over 3 again. But right now the lunar trade or lunar, LUNR. This is just psychology right now. I wouldn't call this a pattern trade as such. But the psychology of traders looking at this 137 back in February 22, February 22nd, that's all they're looking at. They're just saying, man, even the day after, at 96. No, I would say the SPY is fine to talk about. I mean, it's a specific trade, okay? That's fine to talk about. By the way, Real, every time I do an upload now, I'm going to think of Pepe, but you know what the solution was? If you still can hear me, for my upload speed that went from 900 down to 2. Okay. Macrogenics. Okay, let's take a look at MGNX. Yeah, oops, I have lunars. I don't know why that happened. Oh, wow. This is maybe one of the uglier daily charts that I've seen. I've got fiber, one gig up, down. So I use the USB to Ethernet adapter to counteract the fact that for whatever reason, my upload back was only at 2 from 900, and there was no solution. The guys came in from my ISP provider, or my IS provider, and all it was just putting the adapter, and that was it. Back to 900. Thanks to Monsieur Pepe. Don't ask me how, but it worked. It bypassed the card, I guess, inside the computer. I guess that maybe, don't ask me. Pepe could probably explain it more technically than I can. Bottom line, it worked. Anyway, this macrogenics is just, you print out this daily chart. This is one of the uglier daily charts that you're going to see. That's why I have it stopped, guys. I had a few shares of this. Holly, I had a HLLY, I had a few shares of this. That's why you have a stop. Anybody, we're talking about the importance of stops. There you go. Thank you, Pepe. That's what I thought. You know how cheap that network card is, really, when you think about it, then that hardwired into your system. I guess it's on the motherboard, right? How cheap is that then? IMKT, IMKTA, really? It's 4 symbols or 4 letters? Oh, you're right. Ingles markets? Where are they out of? Oh, I thought maybe thought it was a Spanish, something to do with the Spanish language, but I guess not. Yeah, but look at the volume. Look at the volume. No, so Mike, I did not pick. No, so somebody commented on MGNX in the other room. So I just loaded the chart, and that's when I saw how ugly it was. Yeah, about a $30 fix, and that's it. Okay, you're kidding. Okay. Yeah, I mean, you mentioned this Ingles, but I mean, it is no volume whatsoever. There's the high right now, 1975 for Lunar, LUNR. Yeah, stick an alert there and see if it takes it out later on. Oh, look at Wells Fargo. So all these banks being hit with this. I don't know what I mean, most of them don't have any exposure or very little exposure to crypto, but they're all being dragged down. I shouldn't say that. I have no idea what exposure something like Wells Fargo would have, but it looks like virtually every bank. I think Goldman was still hanging tough. Nope. So the banks are just selling off right now, guys. And XLV was one of them. Sorry, not XLV, XLF. Take a look at XLF and see what it's doing, how close it is to the 200-day moving average. And look at this, guys. Ooh, this will be the third sector. below, right now, it's below the 200-day moving average. So it's not created, it's just SIVB. Didn't SIVB though have some exposure to crypto? Maybe I'm wrong. I thought I read somewhere that it did. So, but yeah, look at XLF. Holy smokes. Okay, let's take a look at, so the NVEI had a couple of upgrades, guys. I mean, this is, well, it had a couple of upgrades this morning, had a nice day yesterday. It was an earnings play yesterday, nice gap up on earnings, continuation. But this is a pretty decent breakdown now underneath the VWAP, 39.37. Okay. Big broker Schwab. Let's see what's happening with Schwab now. SASC. Wow. So they're all just look at this cratering through the 280 moving average for Schwab, SCHW. And look at this market. Holy smokes. This is turning into a kind of a major sell-off here, guys. Well, this ARHS that I unfortunately did not get back into. If you took this one, it's getting closer and closer to that 10 level. Maybe some support there. Earnings play. Unbelievable. This bounced. OPRX actually bounced. So let's take a look. Let's do a little checking on what happened with the 10-day daily breakdown today. So there's the ARHS. Okay, 1085. Now it's 1019. PACW, PACW, 2317. Got down to 21, I think. 2114. This one was a tough one, HDSN. This is the one I was in, and I thought for sure it was going to keep cratering, and it didn't. I didn't get in at 921. I got in underneath the 9 level, and it got down to 852, and I thought, man, this is going to keep going, but it stopped. So I didn't make that much on it. And then this one, no way, as I pointed out, would you take this one, 1375. Just look left on that weekly chart. Look at all the potential support around 1361. So you get an alert at 1375. That's why I'm saying you have to have some, these are ideas, okay? They're ideas. So you wouldn't take every idea. You have to have some experience. And the very first thing on a weekly chart, looking at this OPRX, you have to be able to see that there looks like there's a ton of support right around 1366. So why would you take the short at 1375? Now, I'm not saying you would take the bounce. Look at the bounce, a beautiful bounce in the face of this market. Pretty interesting. And it is an earnings play, and it coming into the VWAP 1447, a little bit over it. So there's that. And then on the upside, let's take a look at, well, the ASAN, again, these are early. I wouldn't have taken them this early, but the ASAN 2051, and it got up to, come on, 23, big run. DTC 541. What did it do afterwards? 541. Yeah. This one, I mean, this actually, taking it early enough, 260. I mean, it did get, I mean, that would be a great move up to that over 3 percentage wise. I think even Fuel Cell had a pop. 401. No, I have never liked this one. I should have shorted this, what out of it. This was the frustrating one, BBW 2520. I got up to 2621, 61. Good. Frustrating for me because of the spread. Couldn't get into it. Never mind this one, this SI-A. Let's see what happened with PSFE 2418. What did it do? Nope, didn't move. And then the last one, this, of course, I can't imagine this move from 744 very much. Yeah. So again, every single alert does not mean they're going to be huge winners, but enough in here and here that if you just follow those all day long, found a way to trade them, you'd be pretty good, looking pretty good. And how, yeah, I can, it's a link. Just go to my homepage, go to my homepage. So Luis, you click on my homepage link, and I've just put it underneath. And scroll down, you'll be brought up here. Scroll down until you see the scan section. Click here, and there they are. So I've broken them out, okay? It won't look like a nice little dock like this. I've broken them out individually. Some people don't want to short. Some people don't necessarily want to see the don't repeat. Don't repeat means this is the first time the alert happened, 934, 1085. So this is a good example. The PAC W, this is the first time the alert happened at 937, 2317. And every time it made a new low, you would see it here. This is the first time though we had the alert. So this is the non-repeat version. This is so every time ARHS makes a new low, if it makes another one, you'll see it here. So I've broken them out individually though. I mean, some people don't want the don't repeat. They just want to see the alerts over and over again. So you can have your pick. Okay. So I don't have real estate up and running anymore, Pete. And XLU, I don't usually look at XLU. I don't really look at the what I call dividend plays, utilities. But you're right. Yeah, it's way under. I mean, you're right. I should look at that. I mean, that's XLU. You're absolutely right. And real estate, I don't have that anymore. I actually, follow the retail more than real estate. So, but you're right. You're right. XLR. I mean, so yeah, we've got then if you want to count real estate as one of the major sectors, which of course it is, then you're looking at five. And where's the SPY now with respect to the 200-day moving average? It's got to be really close. I think the last time I saw was around 393. Yeah, so the 393. It's interesting that the SPY is still above. It just goes to show that the weighting in the SPY, a lot of technology must be a lot of technology. Yeah, I mean Schwab is just straight down. But look at technology too. I mean technology, but it's still, quite a bit above the 200-day moving average. Yeah, so that's the reason, obviously, that with the SPY, that's the only reason the SPY is still above the 200-day moving average because of the 25% weighting of tech. The tech is still, somewhat safely above the 200-day. All right, guys. Well, I am not really seeing too much. One reason is I've got my sound alert toggle off. And I probably communications, there are probably some communication stocks in there too. And communications is still just a little bit above the 200-day. SIVB. SIVB, all right. Wow. I mean, even, I looked at this at 150. There's another $28 run. And yet, and yet, okay, this is at 12:50 Eastern time. This is at 12:50 Eastern time, guys. Morgan Stanley puts this out. They must have a lot of customers and clients in this because maintains their coverage at a target of 190. This is at 122 now. Wells Fargo earlier in the day or earlier had a price target of I'm sorry, 285 or something. And even Piper Sandler, so they cut it to 195 from 250. And here's JP Morgan cutting it from 300 to 270. I mean, this is all today, knowing what they know. They must have a bunch of clients or something in this to try to prop this up or something because I think it was JP Morgan that has at 285 or something. Was about when I was watching this morning, 195. Yeah, I think it was the price target from Wells Fargo. Sorry, WFC was like double this at current price. Remember, all this came out in the pre-market. This is not like yesterday. These firms are coming up with these price targets. What a humongous. One of the reasons is 58 million in the float too. 58 million in the float. So that's, that is a, very low float for a once upon a time $300 stock. And SIVB just got halted on the way down. And they're raising what, how many billions are they trying to raise? On pace for its largest percent decrease since September of 1998. And that was 37%. We're down 54% now. So Just for fun, I'm going to click on New from our toolbar, click on Dock Channel Bar, click on the sectors, sector status, and let's just see, take a look at financials, should be up here or here. Where are you? Financials. 98% are down from yesterday's close. Who isn't? I don't see any one of them that make up XLF. Every one of them is down from yesterday's, the close. Wait a minute. This is the only one that is up, barely, 0.1%. Let's take a look at MSCI. And why would that be up? I mean, barely. Barely. I mean, it's falling, but barely up. Interesting. So that's relative strength, guys, even though it's falling right now. But compared to the rest of the stocks in that sector, this is the best one for some reason. Doesn't trade very much. I'm surprised it makes up that sector. XLE. I'm surprised it's even in there. So is there a positive sector? Well, first of all, let's look at it a slightly different way. We'll take a look at the change from the open. Is there anything remotely positive here in any sector? Okay. So now this is not the change from the close. This is the change from the open in these major sectors. So is there anything working? Well, utilities, somebody mentioned utilities. Again, a flight to safety, perhaps, dividend bearing stocks, etc. But look, I mean, there's just carnage everywhere, every sector. Oh, these people keep trying to. Just one moment, please. Sorry about that. I had myself on mute. Not sure how long I was on mute, but look, SBNY. Oh, I know. I answered the phone, so it wasn't not too long. SBNY, another one that we saw in the pre-market. Another bank. This is pretty devastating, guys. I mean, not, I mean, the banks have been relatively, I mean, up until when? The 21st of February. I mean, the banks have been relatively secure over that 200-day moving average, but look at today. Wow. It'd be interesting to see what happens tomorrow. Speaking of banks, PACW just made another new low. Yeah, when the banks start losing it, guys, I mean, that's when, consumer discretionary. Okay, so we're not buying Lamborghinis anymore, but I'm not trying to make light of it, but I mean, that's one thing to be underneath the 200-day moving average, but when the banks start failing underneath the 200, I'm not saying failing, but underneath the 200-day moving average, I think the market is really going to take notice of that. Interesting to see what happens tomorrow. Ooh, okay, guys. Well, okay, I'm going to be in this marketing meeting. Should be interesting. Um, so I'm going to put myself on mute. Okay, I'll put myself on mute now, guys. A simulator, yes. So I can direct you to the education site. If I'm going to show you, I'm going to put in my homepage link, JP. Okay, I'm going to put my homepage link in. So when you click on my link, click on the homepage link, and you shouldn't get that, but I'll do it one more time. Okay. So scroll down, keep scrolling until you see education. Click here, education, and then the user guide. Okay, user guide. Then we do have, here we go, simulator, trading simulator. Okay, trading simulator right there. Now, if you have a specific question, I might be able to help you, but I mean, that at least is the guide to the trading simulator. Okay. Now, one of the things is you have to be using our web-based, sorry, the downloadable app. If you're using the web-based version of Trade Ideas, it is not available to you. Okay, no problem. I'll show it again. So, so you click on my homepage link. Okay, and you'll be at the top here. Scroll down until you see the education section. Click here. Click on the user guide. And then just scroll until you see Trading Simulator. Okay, until you see Trading Simulator. Got it? Okay, good. Now, somebody asked me about OCEA earlier, and I hope I didn't sound too dismissive of it, but here's the deal. I mean, what I said was, okay, if you took this trade because it was holding the VWAP, which it was, the 837, and I think it got up to about 850 or so, okay, and you put maybe a stop at the VWAP or a little bit under, that potentially. Now, I did not know, of course, that all of a sudden out of nowhere, it was going to go from 865 all the way up to 1054 and then in the next candle 1088. But that is something that if you had kind of listened, said okay, it's above the VWAP, take the trade, put the stop just underneath the VWAP and see what happens. Now this has the chance, because the high of a few days ago is 1161 and it got up to, in fact, what I'm going to do is stick an alert way up here at 1088 and see if it takes this out later on in the day. Because if if this takes it out later on in the day, this has a shot to keep going for a while anyway. Now that's not a recommendation to take the trade, okay? But I think I understand what a lot of traders will look at if it takes out the high of the day, and then it looks left, and then really what the fantasy level is, what traders are really looking at is the day that it got up to 27-ish, and that's on the 23rd of. So that's about 3 weeks ago or so. But risky business, 11 million in the float. Look how risky Lunar, LUNR was. I was saying if it took out the high of the day, well, it didn't come close to it, really. And now look at it. And these are just stocks moving because they're trading. They're trading machines, really. Okay. I mean, there's no news that I can see on any of these, but somewhere, somehow, maybe a group got a hold of it right around here, and then all of a sudden it's showing up on everybody's radar. But there's no, at least I don't know of any specific news for Lunar today. And that's the same for a lot of these low float stocks. If my contract by month includes all of the toolings, what you share with us, yes, as long as you're using our downloadable application, okay, Carlos, this Brokerage Plus window in which you can practice trading, and these two races here, racing and this simulated trading is only available if using our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, they are not available. Okay. And again, yeah, our standard service is excellent. Okay. I mean, I'm not trying to downplay our premium service, but the premium service really, this is going to evolve into, we're not going to be I don't know what we're going to call this. Okay. I mean, they had one tremendous trade here, ARHS down 9% on the short, but we were not talking about auto trading the AI ever, ever, ever. Use it like a watch list. So again, if you click on my homepage link and you want to take out a subscription right now, here's a code you can use. Okay, so if you click Barry 15, and so all you'd have to do is I would suggest starting off with a monthly standard, 118 less the 15%. And if you like us, you can, that's what you would pay going forward. Or if you wanted to take out an annual, we'll honor the 15%. The annual would be 1,000 less 15, so $850 for the annual on a standard. And again, the reason why people take out annuals, obviously, if you divide 850 by 12, it's less than 118 a month. But you've got to pay it up front. But you've got to know that you want the program. And we have a halt here. The CLGN guys just got halted. And it got halted on the way, I guess, up. This is ugly. Only 35,000 shares have traded. All right, getting close to that high of day break for OCEA. And they did have some news. Okay, I mean, they did have some news. I mean, it is phase one, guys, but I guess it doesn't matter. Oops. I think it was phase one. After the company's co-founder presented details of his previously published discoveries. Okay, so this is kind of a rehashing of old news, I guess. I think this was just phase one. I'm trying to find out that. So this was a SPAC a few weeks ago that turned into OCEA. Okay, guys. So all I'm going to say is that if OCEA takes out that high of the day, especially if it does it on volume, it could have another run. And but if you do take it, make sure you you know size accordingly because as you know, even if it takes out the high of the day and runs for a bit, it could just drop so quickly. So just size accordingly if you're going to try to do something like that. It's all about protection of your account too. Hey guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. All eyes on OCEA, at least my eyes are. All right, guys, I'm just waiting on this OCEA to see if it takes out the high of the day. And again, this is not a recommendation to take the trade. I'm just focused on it. 1086 is the high. So this is going to trade the float 5 times anyway. 11 million in the float, 51 million is traded already. Not already, but with an hour and 15 left in the market. It is fascinating to see this. So what, again, the high is 1086. All right, guys. So I typically put myself on mute in about 5 minutes, which I think I'm going to do. So I can try to concentrate on a couple of things here. I'll be here until 10:20, 10:20, 3:20 Eastern time. If I have to, I'll hop right back on the mic. So don't be shy. You can ask questions. I kind of hope it doesn't take out I mean, anybody's in it. I wish you the best, of course, but I'm not anticipating it's going to happen. See, I'm not anticipating that it was going to happen. So I could say to myself, oh, it's going to happen. I'll take the trade ahead of it. Now look what's happened to it. Okay. I mean, that is, you want an insight into how I look at things? That is perfect. Put a price alert. It never happened. I mean, it got literally within a penny, 1085, and the high is 1086. Now, it may happen still, but I was not going to anticipate the break until it happened. Okay, Zen, I appreciate that. Wow. What I did was, I'll tell you exactly what I did, Cam. I know, and I do all this. I do this all manually. I put in a buy at 1091. Okay. Now, not an official buy. I put the price in at 1091, and I was ready to click the submit button, very quickly. And I may have raised it a little bit if it was moving really fast. I may have missed it, but I was not. I wasn't going to put in an automatic one or anything like that. But that's what I did. Okay, guys. So wow, that was. I mean, literally within a penny. It took, got to the high. I mean, it still may happen later. Okay, so I'll put myself on mute, and again, I will hop right back on the mic. If you have a question, don't be shy. I will, you're not interrupting me or anything. Oh, guys, I mean, I can't tell you. I know a lot of people think I'm crazy when I say look left, look left, look left, and how even one penny can stall something. And I mean, this is a this is a great example. I mean, one lousy penny, 1086 at the 1085, and it just stalled right at the high. And now look at it. I'm talking about the OCEA. Man, but we are in a big sell-off now. SPY looks like it's at the 200-day. 393.20, 393.44. So almost at the 200-day moving average. Yeah, I never anticipate. I just let the price alert tell me, and then I can make up my mind if we get the price alert. But I never anticipate that it's going to happen. Keeps me out of so much trouble. Yeah, my guess at Zach's bounce plays probably not too much today, especially if you're seeing banks or financial institutions. Yeah, just put him on mute, Dak. That's all you have to do. Okay. You don't like what Shady is saying about you, just put it on mute or mute him or anybody else saying anything about you. Just mute the person. And that's it. You'll never see it. You'll never see it. What is tomorrow going to bring, guys? What is tomorrow going to bring with the financial? I mean, XLF is going to be really interesting to see tomorrow as it broke down through the 200-day moving average today and moving further and further away. Yeah. So what the market wants to see is, what, more unemployment or something. Okay, they don't want to see lots of job growth, and I know as counterintuitive as that sounds, because they're trying to, they think, well, then inflation is still here. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens tomorrow with the farm payrolls. Okay, guys, now that OCEA is right back up. Yeah, look at that, 923. So now it's popped a dollar. Now, here's this PAC W continues to move down. Okay, back on mute, guys. Well, there's Denver. There's Cameco CCJ, a big uranium producer, of course. Cameco taking a bit of a pop here, but sell off. Nothing maintains, guys. You get a rumor about, well, I don't know if it's a rumor, but they're talking about introducing a bill, Russia, or limiting Russia imports of uranium, talking about it. So the stock pops, falls right back down. Look at this SPY, guys, through the 200-day moving average now. Look at this SPY. Yeah, DAC, there it is, CCJ. Okay, guys, I'm going to shut her down now. I've got too many other things to do right now, and I want to get them done before 4 o'clock Eastern time. So, yeah, but it's a bunch of bull, Shady, and you know that. So, um, closing the room. Thanks for all the help today. Open it tomorrow, 8 o'clock Eastern time. So have a great evening, and we'll see you then. Bye-bye.